Operation. Test. Let's see. Is this working now? Test. Hello? All right, I think it's on. I think this is on. Welcome. Let's see. How's the stream health? That's good. All right, I think we are good. Any more questions in chat? Let's set up. Drop any thoughts or questions in chat as I set up. It's taking me a minute. Thank you for your patience. We got a Berlin, huh? It's not London. It's not London this time. It's Berlin. Berlin game. Who is it? It's Falcons. Falcons and Colts, right? Hopefully this will be a really good game. I know some of the European games have been snoozers, so hopefully this will be a good game. All right. Slowly getting set up. Let's see. All right. Let's get the camera settings all right and adjusted. Let's see. Gotta put on the oh wait, you can't even see anything on the screen. All right. There we go. The shameful uniform. That was a terrible game on Thursday. Very, very tough game. Let's see. All right. We got our battle gear on. We have our battle gear on. We got smoked on Thursday. The Raiders. Well, score-wise, it wasn't terrible, but morale-wise, it was terrible. Morale-wise, that was not fun. That was definitely not a fun game on Thursday. All right. So sorry for the delays, everybody. Appreciate your understanding. Let's see how we can get this set up and kicked off for the game. All right, let's see what we can get up and get going here. Drew, good morning. Good morning, Drew. How are you? Kamara, Jordan Mason, either Cardinals running back or other for RB. Man, and you need one of these or two of these? Oh man. That's picking from a very fun bunch here, but let's get this started and the thoughts going. I mean, Kamara's usage just it's looked bad. Kamara's usage has not looked good. So let me see. Panthers he's playing. And since this is running back, let me pull up the running back stats for you up until this point. So there we go. So the running stats are here. Let me pull up the schedules so that we can kind of look into this. I mean, the Cardinals running backs at this point, it's like a coin flip, right? Like what are you gonna expect from there? So, you know, same thing with Jordan Mason and Kamara though, but Kamara seems to have probably the most guaranteed usage, but he's getting what, like half a yard a carry. So super fun, super fun. But let me pull up everything real quick. Looks like Carolina is one of the matchups for this week, right? In terms of rushing defense, looks like they give 1,000 yards, so close to 100 yards a game. They gave 10 touchdowns. So roughly, a little more so, but roughly a little more than 100 yards a game and a touchdown a game for the Panthers now. Can we rely on that with Kamara? I don't know, but we're just talking out loud right now and just getting the initial setup of the matchups, right? So let's see. That's Kamara's matchup. Then Jordan Mason's matchup against the Ravens. Let's see, where do they fall? The Ravens fall, and Ravens are getting healthier, right? The Ravens are getting healthier, the defense over time. So the Ravens, I can't even find this. Okay, about the same. About the same, but their defense is headed probably in the right direction. Panthers, slow gameplay. Ravens potentially could go either way, but for sure, the Panthers are probably going to try to slow the ball down, run the ball, play defense. Okay, so the matchups aren't that far off. I would say slight nod to Kamara and the Saints. Just because also like that game you expect to be a little more competitive, right? Vikings, Ravens, that could get out of hand pretty quickly. You just need one. Okay, bye weeks cooking you. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. One of those weeks, right? So Ravens, you could see it getting out of hand more so than the Panthers running away with it and not using Kamara, right? So that's kind of how I view those matchup. Arizona is the other option who's playing the Seahawks, and I'm pretty sure the Seahawks are one of the better defenses, but let me just look back at that. Yep, one of the worst matchups are the Seahawks for the run. If you look on that column, they're allowing 690 yards a game rushing and only 4 touchdowns. So less than half a touchdown a game, less than 100 yards a game. That's split between 2 people. I don't like that. So it's basically between Aaron Jones and or Kamara, and I hate, or not Aaron, sorry. Did I keep saying Aaron Jones? Did I keep saying Aaron Jones? Jordan Mason or Kamara, right? And Mason, I feel is just a little bit riskier because you are relying on, a game script, right? Because Aaron Jones is probably the one who's going to be splitting the work more so on the lion's share. And in a game that gets out of hand, they're going to be using him more. So it's tough, but I would do Kamara. I do Kamara. Hopefully that helps. Let me know if or if not, Drew. Let me know if that brings up any other thoughts. Much love to you. Hopefully you get through with this bye week. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated everybody who could drop a like. Much love to you, Drew. You're welcome. You're welcome. Connor, good morning. How are you? How are you? Connor. Who do you start this week? Drake May versus the Bucks or Lamar Jackson versus the Vikings? That's a great question. I mean, both are great options, right? So I think you're choosing uh between, 1A or 1B kind of thing, right? Where either either or, is a great option. Um I would say I would say I would lean towards Lamar just based off of like what he needs to do in order to make playoffs, and I I I have a hard time betting against him at this point in time, almost regardless of kind of defense. Obviously, you got to take the defenses into account, but if we flip up the passing defenses instead of the rushing defenses, I know the Bucks are a good matchup, right? Quote unquote for this because you think positive game script in terms of being able for them to score touchdowns. And if we look at the passing defense matchup for the Buccaneers, 2,000 yards a game, 11 touchdowns. It's decent, right? The Vikings have been hit or miss, I feel like, on the passing defense, but 1,700 yards versus and 13 touchdowns. So there's room there. It's not like it's completely out of the question to say that one defense is worse or better than the other. Um, I I personally would do Jackson just because I would just bet on that tenacity, of needing to win. People have been able to score against the Vikings, so it's not the worst situation. I know in a vacuum, you probably think the Bucks have a better chance of scoring than the Vikings, right? To make the um, what's it called, a higher scoring game. So if you want to lean Drake May because of that, you can. But I would choose Jackson in this scenario. Hope that helps, Connor. Let me know if not, or if that brings up more questions. Just one more thought to throw out to you there is those are two A+ quarterbacks, and if your team is solid everywhere else, disregard this. But if you need somewhere, one of those guys could probably fill in for like a running back or a wide receiver or something like that if you're weak at tight end, wide receiver, whatever it is. Drop a like if that helps. Much appreciated, Connor. Thanks so much. Drew says, Pats or Panthers defense this week? Okay. Because I am the most excellent selector of defenses. But I'm just gonna put asterisks on this, right? So let's look at the Panthers first. They're playing the Saints. I mean, in all reality, I know we were just talking about playing Kamara, right, on the Saints. But in all reality, like, is that offense that scary? Do you project a 35 to 28 shootout in this game, or is it possible that this game goes like 7-10, like the Thursday game? I lean more so in that direction rather than the Saints being able to put up a lot. You're just hoping that Kamara hits with this, right? And Patriots are playing the Bucks now. I know the Patriots defense is on a heater. They're one of the best, fantasy teams in defense. And it's possible the Bucks have been shaky, right? The Bucks have been shaky coming off the bye or whatnot, and still not healthy. You could see that. Who do we project to be able to score more, even if it's a good defense or not? I would say I would lean towards the Panthers in this situation and just go with the matchup. Versus, I know the Patriots are like better on numbers over the course of the season and whatnot. But I see more game scripts of the Bucks being able to score and do damage against the defense than the Panthers. I hope that helps, Drew. Let me know if anything else. Bob Hope, how are you? Happy Sunday to everybody. Happy Sunday to Connor. Much love to y'all. Drop a like if you can. I'll get a poll up soon, and much love to you. Sending you guys love and happiness and celebrations for your guys' week. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. Bob, good day. Happy Sunday. How are you? May or Hurts? Man, these are. I wish I had these options at at quarterback as you guys. Jackson or May, Hurts or May. Okay, so we kind of did the analysis on May just to kind of recap. Right, he's doing well. Bucks, you can imagine to score a good amount of points. You know, they have faltered a little bit here and there recently. Patriots, to me, don't have a confidence in a lockdown running game to kind of control that game script. So I still think, you know, they would and the Bucks defense is more of a pass funnel than a run funnel. Okay, so decent matchup, pretty good matchup there, and you would hope that the Bucks can figure things out, right? And Baker will figure things out and score a bit. The Eagles are playing the Packers. I think the Packers are somewhat of a wild card, right? And so are the Eagles in terms of like what kind of game script are we throwing out here, right? Are we they both teams can have a 35-38 shootout, right? Both teams can score that many points if things go right. But we've also seen in the other direction where sometimes that doesn't happen, right? And or maybe it's only Saquon and Josh Jacobs, right? Type of game. There are those possibilities. So I think there's a more variety of outcomes in this matchup. If you let's look at the individual player themselves as well, right? Because individual player can override, right, a defense and things like that. So I don't want to speak out of pocket. Let me pull up the individual player themselves. So when we look at Jalen Hurts, number 7 on the year, game log, you know, what's the low? He did have an 11-point game, but only one, right? All of his other games are pretty safe floors, right? Regardless of the matchup, whether even if it was Denver, he still scored 19 and a half, right? Rams scored close to 30. Minnesota scored 24. So scored 20 on Tampa last time. Or scored 20 on Tampa. So it's, you know, he's pretty safe. Drake May, individual player level, number 2 on the year, has low game of 12, so relatively the same. Has a couple more games of 15 and 16, right? So there is a little more like against Atlanta, 16 points last week. Against the Raiders in week 1, 15. So if you look at the game, right, on an individual number, it looks like May is higher because he has, you know, the spike weeks more consistently. Right, Jalen Hurts, while he has a 29-point game, his I guess, you know, stealing or whatnot is not as high. Also, he had the bye, so that could throw into the point total too. I think, to me, based on looking at these numbers, and let's look at the home courts too. So it's at Packers and it's at Bucks. So both of them are away. Oh, these are both good. These are both good situations. Let me look at the Tampa's weather, Bay weather. Looks a little windy, but not terrible. Says some Gus, but it's not as scary as what the Chicago game was looking like. And let me look at the Green Bay weather, the Green Bay game weather. For is this tomorrow? This is tomorrow. So tomorrow, oh, tomorrow it's saying good chance of rain and snow and higher wind. Um, higher wind. Now, I guess in this coin flip of a situation, it does signs point to May for me, just based on this, what I potentially see if the wind and snow are a threat. It is possible. It doesn't say it's that high of a threat, but it is a threat with the wind being 50% higher here than the Tampa game. So I think I am starting to talk myself into May. I was trying to talk myself into Jalen Hurts because, uh, you know, um, just by pure numbers, he's not bad, right? Like he had less low floors, if that made sense, right? He only had one game below, call it 17 points, where Drake May had like three, right? So if you need the consistency, you could probably lean Hurts. I'm talking myself into May, just based off of possible game scripts of Green Bay versus Philly going really run heavy, slow defense, slow play. Um, Tampa can't do that very well, typically, right? So that's why I'm leaning May. No real run game in New England. I want Travion Henderson to do well. I see more need of May to score well versus you could lean on Saquon. So that's how I'm leaning in this. But totally could see Hurts being the options. Ravens or Jags defense. All right, so Ravens are playing the Vikings. I think that's fine. If you're already holding both, just know that the Ravens do have a good schedule. Jags versus the Texans, you're playing the backup quarterback, right? Jags defense is pretty good. If you look at what they can do here on the screen, I know they're not necessarily the best pass defense like they have been scored on a bit, so just realize that is a possibility. Um, if you look at the rush defense, though, top three, right, on the left side, not allowing much in the rush game. Their rush game already sucks. Houston, with the backup quarterback, it's not as threatening. I think it's safer to play the Jags defense in this sense, but there's no problem playing the Ravens because the Ravens have been on a heater. JJ McCarthy has had moments of looking bad, so you can play the Ravens if you want. They're I think projected wise they're a pretty good defense, but I would choose Jags in this situation. Hope that helps. Let me know if or if not, drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. Drop a like if you can. Much love to you. But all right, Connor, appreciate it. Cool. Drew, good. Mo, how are you? How are you? Good morning. We got Mariota or JJ. I assume this is JJ McCarthy. These are the options. So Vikings are playing the Ravens, and where are the Commanders are playing the Lions? Okay. All right. So both opposite teams can score. Both opposite teams have decent defenses that can go on streaks at times. When we look at the opportunity, right, what's been going through my head with JJ McCarthy is, we want to see him do well, but why are they limiting his opportunity so much? That's my big question. Do they not trust him, right? Or what what's going on there, because I think here I'm trying to pull it up as I'm talking. I think he's hasn't really been passing that much, and it's not. I don't think they've been, using his legs, right? So let me look at this just to double check. In the 3 starts, 20 pass attempts, 21, 25 pass attempts. So not much, right? He had 9 carries this last game for 12 yards, 5 carries for 25 yards. So, okay, a little bit in the leg game, but not Lamar Jackson level to run home, right? So that's a little concerning to me for that usage. When we look at Mariota, his passing attempts, some of these are only half a game, right? Because Daniels came out, but 21, 27, 10, 30. So it's not like 40 pass attempts, but it's more, a little bit more, right? Rush attempts, he's got 6, 2, 2, 8, 40 yards, 20 yards, 34 yards, 28 yards, right? So while the numbers are not fantastic for Mariota, to me the opportunity is for some reason they're not willing to use McCarthy. I could be completely wrong, right? So if you're willing to take a dart throw, JJ, like why not? Why not against that Baltimore matchup? Both teams are probably going to need to score. So I think either's fine. I would lean Mariota just based off of, to me, just based off of what is the now, right? As in like what is the opportunity say for this year? And it just seems there's a little more opportunity available for Mariota. That's how I would lean. Let me know if that helps or does not help. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. But let me know if you disagree too. Much love to you and your teams. Hopefully everybody wins. Let me catch up now on the score and what's been going on in the game. I have no idea, and we'll get on to that commentary now. Let's just pull up what's been going on. I have no idea. So there's been some scoring, it looks like. There's been some scoring. Tyler Algier. Tyler Algier with the touchdown. That's hilarious. Tyler Algier with the touchdown. That is funny. That is funny. Everybody who has Bijan Robinson is probably like, ah. And of course, Jonathan Taylor with the touchdown, to be expected. Okay, so competitive first quarter. Scores. Let's go. Jonathan Taylor with the reception, Tyler Warren with the reception, Alec Pierce with the reception, Drake London with a couple receptions, and we got Tyler Algier with the touchdown. All right, so let's give credit to where credit is due. We got a Jonathan Taylor scoring a touchdown for his team. We don't have a card for Mr. Tyler Algier, but Tyler Algier, shout out to you for a touchdown as well. Thanks for all questions. Drop any in chat. Good luck this week to everyone. All right. Let's see. Let's get the poll started and the screen updated, and we shall get some commentary going on the game. Drop any questions in the chat. Whatever you got. All right, so let's see here. Let's see here. Start a poll. Winner of this Berlin game. Falcons or the Colts? Who do we think is going to win here? Who do we think is going to win here? It looks like the Colts scored again. I'm not sure how that happened. Am I tripping? I got to get some eyes on this. Let me get the eyes on the game here. As we pull this up, we will also update the score. Let's get back to the main card. Let's get back to this main section and let's get the score and spotlights updated. All right. So, all right, we got 5.3 points for Drake London. All right, 5.3. So we'll get that updated. We're at commercial break, but somehow somebody must have scored. I have no idea what happened. Real recently. Let's see where Drake London is at 5.3. The touchdowns to Tyler Algier and Jonathan Taylor, and then something happened, I guess, where somebody scored right now. Somebody scored right now. All right, let's update this spotlight here. And I'll wait to update the score because I have no idea. No idea on what happened. No idea. All right. Probably the Colts are going to win this game, right? All right. Let's see. All right, let's see. What else do I need up? All right, we need the score. Oh, Alec Pierce catching a touchdown. Nice. Nice. So that's who had it. Alec Pierce. I am so glad that he caught a touchdown. Alec Pierce from Daniel Jones. Alec Pierce has been a very sneaky usage. Daniel Jones touchdown to Alec Pierce. He has been a very sneaky play for those who have a little bit of deeper leagues. Alec Pierce has been coming through with the big plays. I know he got injured for a little while, but he's looking good. So we got Penix. Here we go. We got Penix in a shotgun formation, 27-yard line. All right. Man in motion, fires. Bijan with the carry. Nowhere to go. So it's going to be about 2nd and 10. So everybody be wanting Bijan Robinson probably to get some usage here. So we got some interesting plays, right? We have Tyler Algier sneaking away with the touchdown for Atlanta. And we got Alec Pierce catching a touchdown right now. Pretty long bomb. He already has like close to 70 yards and a touchdown. And we got Darnell Mooney moving the chains there. Good morning, Andrew. How are you? You woke up to a Pierce touchdown? Yes, of course. I think it just happened. I literally just missed it. But yeah, he's got like what, almost 70 yards and a touchdown. So let's go, Andrew. Let's go. Much love to you. Hopefully that's gonna help your team win this week. But I was talking about how he's been a sneaky good play, for those who've been using him and been picking him up. But happy for you, Andrew. Touchdown. Let's go. All right, but hopefully we have a good rest of the game. This is the first quarter too. Maybe we can get some good plays and some good hits, right? So there's already been 3 touchdowns in the game. So let's see what can continue with this. And right now, Atlanta is marching it down the field with Bijan Robinson. After a Darnell Mooney completion for a first down, they ran it with Bijan Robinson on first down. He gains about 5, and now he's getting close. They crossed midfield. They're at about the 42-yard line, 2nd and 5 in shotgun formation. Takes the snap, stepping back. Penix looking, firing, and off the hands of his man. Was targeting Mooney again. Now it's going to be 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5. Looks like people be thinking the Colts are going to win this game. I would imagine so, but which Atlanta is going to show up today? Looks like it's going to be a good game. I'm happy for the people in Berlin getting a good game. If they only get one game a year, you'd hope it'd be a good one. So it's a good first quarter for them. 3rd and 5. Here we go. 41.5-yard line. Here we go. Shotgun formation. Mooney in motion. Dropping back, looking, firing, hitting the man, tackled in the backfield for Darnell Mooney. Oh, no, that was Bijan Robinson. I'm sorry. They hit Bijan Robinson. We're trying to set up a screen for him. 4th down. 4th down. So we got touchdowns on every drive, I believe, so far. This is the first one that ended in nothing. It's going to be a punt here. So 2 minutes and 55 seconds left in the first quarter. It's going to be a punt. And here it goes off. Looks like it's close to the end zone. And can Atlanta pin them? Atlanta will pin them down at the 1. What a punt. The receiver of the Colts tried to let it go over the head, and a bounce that allowed the ball to end in the 1-yard line. So there we go. All right, now that the score is settled, we can update the score here and get some other thoughts going. The Raiders playing on Thursday night. That was a super fun game for us Raiders fans. We thought we were going to get blown out to start the game. Then we have a chance. And the worst part about it, I'm going to say this, I don't know how many times I'm going to say this today because this is how salty I am. And this summarizes the Raiders team in a nutshell. While we have a chance and we're marching the ball down the field, we're like, all right, we have a chance to take the lead here. It goes off our star player, our future player's hands, Ashton Genty's hands, goes off of his hands, interception, other way. And that's how it feels to be a Raiders fan. Is you feel like you have Josh Jacobs, we're going to do so much. We're going to be amazing. And then it just doesn't happen. We have Ashton Genty. We have so much to be hopeful for in this game. Broncos, best team in the division. We can take them down. Off the hands of Genty. Interception. Come on, guys. Oh man, that's how it feels to be a Raiders fan, though. That's really how it feels. But oh man, gotta get them next time, I guess, right? Gotta get them next time. Oh man, just like last week, right? Jacksonville. We have a chance to win this. We're going to overtime. Oh my goodness, against one of the better teams in the league. Go for it. No conversion and we lose. 2 points. No 2-point. We lose. Just super fun. Super fun. All right, so the Colts are leading the Falcons here. Colts have the ball back. They're going to be on the 1. So can the Falcons commit a safety? Can they get a safety? We do not know. Probably not with Jonathan Taylor. With Jonathan Taylor, probably not. But we can always see, right? We can always see. All right, so this is the first game of this Sunday slate. Jonathan Taylor, Daniel Jones in their own end zone right now because the ball is basically on the 1 yard line. It's on the 2 technically, but 1st and 10. John in shotgun formation. Here we go. Looking for a pass. Passing, hitting Tyler Warren. Gain of about 7 probably, getting them breathing room off of the back of the end zone. All right, the Falcons defense has looked a little bit like Swiss cheese, it seems like, with them, giving up this many points in the first quarter. We got Daniel Jones in a shotgun formation, 2nd and 2 after Tyler Warren. And we are going, dropping back, looking, trying to squeeze it out, find his way, one man to beat. And I think he gets the first down. Daniel Jones going for it himself with his legs. He gets the first down. So Daniel Jones getting the first down here. And, we shall see. We shall see if they can continue this hot streak. The Colts pretty much on most of their drives. I don't know the exact stats, but they're pretty much scoring points on a lot of their drives. So starting the game hot with a couple touchdowns here are the Colts, and we'll see if they can keep that momentum going. Minute 20 left. Daniel Jones under center, taking the snap, fakes the handoff, play action, dropping back, throwing over the middle, missing his receiver, Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren was empty, either miscommunication or slightly missed throw, but Tyler Warren being targeted there, just slightly off, and it's going to be 2nd and 10. A lot of passing going right now for Indianapolis. So we'll see. Right now we got a shotgun formation, and it looks like Daniel Jones is taking the snap, looking to his left, nobody there, going for it with his own feet, and he's got it. He's got the first down himself. And Daniel Jones and team are moving right now. They are definitely moving the football. Looking like they got the Falcons defense on their heels this game, really. Looks like they are on their heels at this point in time. And we got Daniel Jones right here, 30 seconds left. One more play before the quarter, probably. And shotgun formation, taking the high snap, but quick pass, sending up a screen with Josh Downs, I believe, gain of about 7 or 8. There is a flag on the field, though. There is a flag, so we'll see what this flag is. And the Colts guy yelling at the ref. Looks like it is against the Colts. Probably a hold, right? Maybe a pass interference or illegal contact. Ineligible man downfield. This is why I'm not a ref. This is why I am not a ref. Illegible man downfield. One of the linemen, Rain Man, was called for ineligible man downfield. So it's going to be a redo of first down, and 15. First negative play for the Colts here on this drive. And so we got the Colts going here, just letting the quarter run out, it looks like. Going to use this as kind of like maybe a timeout to regain themselves. So end of the first quarter here. Colts up 13-7 in the first quarter. It's been a very good first quarter, very fun first quarter of football. So much love to everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. Sending y'all love and celebrations for the people who had Alec Pierce. Shout out Andrew for having Alex Pierce. Shout out anybody who played Tyler Algier because he has a touchdown. Jonathan Taylor has a touchdown too. So there you go. Very exciting first quarter of football. Let's see what else can we review or get updated. It's not like there was a bunch of awesome things happening from Thursday's game to talk about in terms of future value or things like that. I guess the one real highlight um, is it seems like in terms of the wide receivers of Denver, it seems like Troy Franklin is going to be your lock and loaded flex to, wide receiver 2 unless you have a better option if you're choosing from this team. I mean, the it's just the work and the volume speaks for itself, even though the catch percentage is not, as high as you would like it to be, right? It's just the targets is insane these past 4 weeks. 9 targets, 10 targets, 8 targets, 10 targets. Yes, Mims can, eat into that. Yes, these other guys can eat into that, but that's just like what is Nick's doing besides throwing to Troy Franklin? And if I heard an interesting stat about Bo Nix is that in terms of basically throwing over 10 yards, and how the guy broke it down was, 0 to 10 yards, 10 to 20 yards, and 20 yards plus for passes that over 10 yards, so above that 0 to 10 range. Bo Nix is one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL at throwing over 10 yards. And when you look at, who do you have in that league a lot is Cortland Sutton, right? In that offense, a lot of people. And if you look at how Cortland Sutton kind of like makes his money, right? Is he's not the Chris Olave who gets, 10 targets, 10 to 15 targets a game at 7 yards a pass. No. Cortland Sutton is like the Alec Pierce, right? He succeeds off of getting guys 10 yards plus down the field. And since Nix is so inconsistent at that, yes, he's going to hit Sutton on some of these, but I would say now you're taking a coin flip. So that's why for some reason Troy Franklin is the quote unquote safer play because he is the guy more likely probably, to get the looks under 10 yards. So that's the one takeaway I think I got from this game. We're hitting Alec Pierce again. Alec Pierce again for a deep ball. Now we're moving to midfield. Alec Pierce is having a great game. Good morning, George. How are you? I am doing well, having a great Sunday. This is a fantastic game in this I keep saying London, this Berlin game, much better than some of the other European games we got. So doing well. Slayton or Demario Douglas. Heard there would be wind in the Giants versus Bear. Don't know if that is true. So that has been a concern, right? That has been a concern this week. So, both, I believe, have an opportunity, right? Just the vacuum of targets in the New York offense, right? So there is opportunity there. And I believe Quinshon Booty is out, right? So potential, yeah, they rule out Quinshon Booty. All right. So there is opportunity there as well. Right. And let me open the weather for you. I heard the same thing. So if I look, it's looking like wow, it's looking like the winds, yes, are looking to be over 15 miles an hour sustained. The good rule of thumb is that, rain by itself doesn't really affect too much. Wind by itself around, 10 miles an hour sustained a little bit. That's kind of like what happened maybe in the Denver Oakland game. A little bit, but 15 plus is definitely when game scripts can be changed, especially if it's rain or snow and the wind, which is what it looks like they are forecasting. So I think the people who told you that are correct, is that it does look like the weather of this game is going to cap downfield opportunity potential. And when it comes to changing the game script, that's mainly what it is for the wide receiver position, right? I was just breaking down 0 to 10 yards, 10 to 20, 20 plus. It affects that 10 yards plus, right? So your underneath potentially can still be somewhat used in addition to the run game when it's bad weather, right? Like your 5 yard slants or your 5 yard, maybe your tight ends and things could still potentially get some usage. But if your person is like a downfield, 10 yard plus threat, that's when the opportunities could somewhat be started to be capped a little bit more. So in that case, yes, to me, Slayton's upside is somewhat capped. You just have to go into this knowing that when it does come to New England's football, right? Mayfield does not Mayfield, sorry. Drake May does spread the ball out, right, to the open man. You do have to realize you are playing a little bit of roulette when you're playing this game, right? When you're playing the New England game. It's a high payoff because he does hit quite often, right? Drake May to his receivers, and you can envision Tampa scoring. There is a little bit of wind in Tampa, but it's not nearly as much as Chicago. So to me, I would take the roulette option of Demario Douglas versus the potential weather of Slayton. If there was nothing involved, I would go Slayton, right? And if you're okay taking that risk of weather, because Jaylen Waddle was a player who scored in weather 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, so it is possible, right? It's not impossible, but for me, I would take the Douglas and just based off of a vacuum of targets, Quinshon Judkins not being there, and there being potentially scoring with Tampa Bay playing as the opposite end. Their run defense is better than their pass, so they're going to hit them through the pass, I believe. I would go to Mario Douglas. I hope that helps. Let me know if not, or if it brings up any more questions. But much love to you, George. Drop a like if you can. Let me know if that helps or does not help, but much, much appreciated. And what we missed in this game is a missed field goal. The Colts tried to kick a field goal and they missed. So, missed opportunity there for the Colts. It was a 53-yard attempt, so it is pretty far. But takeover is Atlanta after this commercial defense. Commercial defense. This commercial break. Oh man, commercials really are defense though, I guess, right? Yeah, but hopefully that helps you, George. Let me know if you got any other questions. Much love to you and your team. Hopefully y'all win. Let's see. Everybody make sure to vote on the game too. People so far thinking the Colts are going to win this. Colts are going to win this. We got the Colts leading right now. Colts leading because Jonathan Taylor scored and Alex Pierce scored on a long bomb on the not Arizona, Atlanta, and it was Tyler Algier vulturing the touchdown. Falcons and Colts on the last drives, each no points. An attempted field goal, it was no good by the Colts on the most recent drive, and that is where we are at for the day. Very good first quarter of football. Hopefully here, after a missed field goal, we can get the Falcons into scoring position again. Hopefully. It would be nice to continue the awesome offense that was in the first quarter to the second. All right, so here we go. In this stadium, it is 1st and 10 on the 48-yard line. Handoff to Robinson. Not much there. Gain of about one. All right, so we got 10 minutes left in this second quarter. We are close to midfield. It is now second down. Atlanta Falcons are 2nd and 9 after a gain of 1 for Bijan Robinson. We are playing in Berlin. There is a bit of rain, but it's a semi-protected environment where the people in the stands, are kind of covered, but the field is open. So wind not so much of an issue, but the rain is falling down. Penix scrambling, nowhere to go on second down. It's going to be 3rd down and 9. Not sure what's going on here with Atlanta, but they're stalling out. Offense to me looking a little, I guess, predictable, I guess. It seems like it's pretty obvious that you're going to run it with Bijan on first down. And that's what they've been doing, and unfortunately been getting stuffed on those. So 3rd down and 9 here, 3rd and long. We'll see what Penix can do here. He's directing traffic, had to take a timeout. Play clock was winding down and had to take a timeout here. Not a good look. And I guess where we're at with this Atlanta offense is they show splashes at time of greatness, but also stalling at times. Penix looking like he could be an elite quarterback at times with great throws, but to me, most of the time, it looks like he needs like a half a second more or something to process. Him and Caleb both kind of like, if the first option is not there, they seem to get a little panicky or happy feet. And more times than not, it doesn't end well. So hopefully Penix can step into things here. 3rd down and 9. Shotgun formation. Bijan on his right hip. Tight end in motion. Taking the snap, dropping back. Penix looking, scrambling. Nowhere to go. Falls down at the line of scrimmage. That's terrible. That was just terrible. So that was very ugly. He tried to find somebody, but it just couldn't figure things out. Nothing there for him. 4th down and 9. He's got to punt back to the Colts. Nothing there. So after an exciting start, the last 3 drives have all stalled out. No points. 2 of them by Atlanta, 1 of them by Indianapolis. And here we go. The Colts fielding the punt, trying to run it back. Finding some room and space. Get into about the 30. There is a flag, though, so Josh Downs was looking for an opportunity. There was some space in open field if he got past that one defender who tripped him up. But there is a flag. A lot of times this is on the return team, right? For like a block or something. So we'll see what they call. Holding on the receiving team. All right. So it's going to back them up. And Daniel Jones and team will be taking over here. Daniel Jones and team will be taking over here. So much love to y'all. Hopefully you guys are doing well. All right. Here we go. 1st and 10. 1st and 10 for the Colts. 1st and 10. We got a shotgun formation, 7-yard line on their own end zone, handing off to Taylor, who's got some room, taken down, gets about 5. So they are now not right up against the end zone anymore. So a little bit of breathing room. Jonathan Taylor pushing the ball upfield 6 yards. It's now going to be a 2nd and 4. Second and 4 for Daniel Jones and team. All right, Daniel Jones, shotgun formation, left side loaded. We got a second and 4, shotgun formation, directing his team, taking the snap, high snap, pitch to field on the left side, not field, Taylor, and gets about 3. Gets about 3. Andrew says, going against Pittman and Pitts right now. And you had Bo Nix. Oh man. I know, like, Raiders are my team, man. But that was supposed to be a great matchup. Like, our defense is trash, we are not good. Um, and it wasn't even like our best player, Max Crosby, one of them, right, was causing all this chaos for Bo Nix. It was just, I don't know, just a really bad game. Really bad game for Knicks. But I don't know. They still got the win, but worst of the situation. Your fantasy team did bad. My team lost. Denver wins. It is what it is, I guess, right? But so you got Pittman and Pitts, so these guys are going against each other. And well, Alex Pierce got the hit, Jonathan Taylor. So Pittman's hasn't splashed yet, and Pitts hasn't splashed yet. So hopefully it evens out for you, right? Hopefully it evens out for you. That was the worst game that you've ever watched. Stop playing. You might stop playing guys on Thursdays. Thursdays are so unpredictable because it's like either the worst, right? It's either the worst matchup or it's the best for fantasy. It's like either the defense is so tired, right, from the week before, so disorganized that they just give up all these touchdowns or all these yards, right, to the other team, or it's like what just happened this last game. Both teams are just so dysfunctional that it ends up being a terrible game, and more times than not, it is the terrible game side of things. But that was a painful game to watch. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you were into football when the Patriots and the Rams played in the Super Bowl, and I forgot the score, but that Super Bowl was like 12-9 or something like that. It was like, or like 10-6. It was so bad. Here, let me look up the exact score. That as a Super Bowl, right? As a Super Bowl, that it was 13-3. It was awful. That it was awful. But this game, this last Thursday was really, really bad. So yeah, the Thursday option, you know, I would say it weighs into my head, that 10 to 20% range where it's like, I'm not gonna sit, you're not gonna sit Puka Nakua on a Thursday, right? I'm not gonna do that. But like if it was an iffy coin flip, then that's when I could lean the other way, Andrew. So, you know, makes sense there. Makes sense there. Evan, good morning. How are you? Much love to you and your team. Flex, half a point. Cherry Judy, Parker Washington, or Mark Andrews. Sorry for making the face at the Jerry Judy name. I have lost faith in Jerry Judy, if I'm being honest. I would, without looking at things, my gut has told me Parker Washington, but let me do some analysis, Evan, before just saying that. All right, so Mark Andrews playing the Vikings. You're basically a touchdown or bust with Mark Andrews, right? I made a joke the last week. I was like, watch Mark Andrews get a touchdown on one catch for 1 yard. Well, he had 2 catches for 2 touchdowns, and it was like 20 yards or something like that. So it's it's touchdown or bust for him. Last week 2 touchdowns. What are the odds that very, very slim to me. Parker Washington is an interesting name to me, because of the opportunity. I know there was a trade, right, that affects that, but I mean, come on, even with that, right? Like, where are these opportunities gonna go, right? Um, that's that's to me the best option. I know they're playing the Texans, and that matchup is so tough, right? That matchup is really, really tough. But like, are you gonna trust Dylan Gabriel to throw anything? It's like you look at multiple pieces, right? Is your quarterback good? One piece. How's the other team's defense, right? These are both pieces to the pie, right? And do you trust Dylan Gabriel with Jerry Jeudy? I do not. If you do, the Jets matchup's not a scary matchup, right? So you can. I don't trust that. Do you trust Mark Andrews to catch another touchdown this game? If you do, go ahead. I personally don't, right? So it for those options, it's possible, right? But for me, the Texans defense is so tough. But all I would be hoping for Parker Washington is something like, 4 or 5 receptions for 50 yards and just, 50, 60 yards and just escape with close to 10 points, right? In a half PPR league. Like, can we project Jerry Jeudy to do that? Possibly, right? Do you bet on it? That's for me, I wouldn't. And then in terms of touchdowns for Mark Andrews, does he get, even if he gets the touchdown, does he get more than 10 yards on the touchdown and more than one catch? Right? So that's why I'm leaning Parker Washington. It's just there's nowhere to go with the football there, in that offense. So um even with what's his name? Jacoby going there, right? It's not like he learned the whole system and is uh gonna have 20 targets, right? So that's what I got for you, Evan. Hopefully that helps you. Let me know if you disagree, or if not. But much love to you. Drop a like if that helps you, or another comment if that confused you more or you disagree. But much appreciated to you, Evan. Really, really appreciate it if you could drop a like. Thanks so much. Let me know if anything else. Andrew says you picked up Cedric Childerman, drop Bam Knight. Okay, yeah, Bam Knight unfortunately did not get the major carries like we thought. You have to flex Aaron Jones, Christian Watson, or Tillman, and you have Aaron Jones in right now. Oh man. Okay, so I don't trust, just like how I was talking about Jerry Jeudy, right? Cedric Tillman, nothing changes to me in that conversation. Exact same thought process, right? Uh, do you trust Dylan Gabriel to get you points? And I personally would not. Aaron Jones, to me, has the lion's share in that backfield. It is still split, but he does have, to me, the lion's share and some passing opportunity. So, I forgot if your league's PPR or not, but Aaron Jones catches some passes, so he might have somewhat of a safe floor, right? Not the highest safe floor, but you know, uh 30 or 40 total yards plus a couple receptions, maybe a couple, 10 yards, 20 yards in the passing game. Maybe he can sneak out, roughly 10 PPR points with the touchdown upside, right? So that's how I see Aaron Jones, just based on your matchup. You have some information that's coming in your matchup right now, right? You have the I forgot, let me go back. You have Pierce catching the touchdown, but you had Pittman and Pitts, right? So what's going to happen here? We're not exactly sure yet, right? So your decision can change kind of based on how the next two quarters go before you have to make this decision, right? But that's why Aaron Jones has, to me, a decently safe for Christian Watson. So, I mean, what are you looking and hoping for here, right? It's kind of the opposite almost, right? Of All right, looks like Drake London is catching a touchdown. Yes, Drake London catching the touchdown. Sorry, I got excited. I got real excited to see that. Looks like he got hurt though a little bit. But he's good. So let's see, Christian Watson. Let me make sure he's healthy and everything. He's active. Um, and okay, so he doesn't have. He was limited in practice, but he doesn't have an injury designation. So I mean, like, what are you hoping for him, right? You're hoping for upside, right? That's what you're looking at when you're looking at Christian Watson. So to me, Andrew, how I'm looking at this is kind of like what's going to happen at the end of this game between Pitts and Pittman in your matchup, right? Is how I'm kind of looking at this cuz we were just talking about the dynamics of what has happened um based on Bo Nix and what can happen, right? As there's still time left in this game, but you don't have to put these people in until pretty much the end of the game, so that you can take in that information essentially to make this decision, right? So for me, Christian Watson is your is like, if you were looking based on how this game goes, right? If you were looking for more upside, you're hoping that how he's been getting, Christian Watson is a big play guy, right? Like if you look at his average yards per catch, it's over 20 yards on these two games, right? And if you look previously to what he's done years before, it's a similar concept. So we know what we're looking at. We're looking at like Alec Pierce, right, for this game. So that's kind of essentially where the breakdown happens for me is, you know, uh, you're way ahead, projected to win by the end of this game. Okay, then Aaron Jones could make sense, right? But if something happens and you're potentially going to lose, then Christian Watson then has the upside of what you would be looking for there, right? So based on this game, if I was, close to tied or projected to win, I would take the guaranteed touches of Aaron Jones. Let's look at his exact touches since he's been over the course of the season, kind of like, in a timeshare, but the 60% of the timeshare, I would say, right? Um, he has an injury designation right now too. Why does he have an injury designation? He's listed as questionable but expected to play. Limited. Okay, so he is a bit limited. I did not know that. Um, okay. I'm almost talking myself into Christian Watson off of seeing that news. Um, I didn't know he also had the injury designation. Um, yeah, so I guess, what you're hoping for from Aaron Jones is, to get 7 touches, 40 yards there and 2 or 3 receptions, right, for 20 yards. So it's very close to my initial. I'm just a little more shaky. Just make sure he's active also, right? Watch that before the end of this game because I did not know that. He's still listed as questionable technically. So he technically still does have an injury designation. Or at least that's what I looked up. Um, so I'm cool playing Christian Watson. He does not have a safe floor. He's a wide receiver. He's playing against the Eagles. That could be a slow game, right? But if you were projected to lose, like he has the most upside out of those three. I hope that helps you, Andrew. But let me know if or if not. But much love to you. Much love to you for that question. All right, we got to show it. We got to show it. I just couldn't stop my brain mid thought. We got to show it. We had Michael Penix hitting Drake London for the touchdown. Touchdown, Drake London. All right. Drake London for the touchdown. There we go. There we go. Drake London for the touchdown. And now we can update. Now we can update the scores. Now we can update all the scores. Let's see. So London has 15.2 points now after that catch. Let's go. All right. 15.2. All right. 15.2 points. Let's get that updated. All right. All right. Drake London is updated. Now the score of the game has to be updated because Atlanta is winning 14-13 with now 1st and 10 on the 25. Come the Colts. Snap is taken. Fakes the handoff. Play action. Daniel Jones dropping back. Looking for Jonathan Taylor. Gain of about 4 on that 1st and 10. All right. All right. All right. All right. So we got the Atlanta Falcons up 14-13. This is the 2-minute warning. Colts have the ball. They are down and are looking to score before the half. They are looking to score before this half because they are down by 1 point. This has been actually a pretty solid game, I would say, especially for a international game in the first half. I would say more so than pretty much all the other games, most of the other games at least, that this Berlin game has been pretty overall good, pretty overall good. Scoring on both teams, there was some stalls, so some defense in the game. But overall this is pretty good. So we'll see if Indiana can take advantage of this last possession they have before the end of the half. They are down 14-13. Well, maybe the last. Maybe the last, right? We don't know. We don't know. So, what else do we got? We updated the score, so 14-13. We got Drake London's spotlight showing and him catching that touchdown there. We got touchdowns from Drake London and Tyler Algier on Atlanta's side, and then Jonathan Taylor and Alec Pierce on the Indianapolis side. All right, let me open this window. Get some cool air going. Should be able to take off this jacket. Had a cold morning. All right, let's see. Let us see. Drop any questions in the chat. Any thoughts? Who's going to win this game? Everybody still think the Colts? All right, here we go. 2nd and 6, 29-yard line. Shotgun formation, empty backfield. Daniel Jones, empty backfield, 2nd and 6. And we got a hit from Alec Pierce for a 1st down. Gain of about 10 yards. So that helps Andrew. Gain of roughly 10. Minute 39 left. Atlanta has 2 timeouts. Colts have all 3 timeouts. Minute 33 left. Daniel Jones and team, shotgun formation, 15 seconds on the play clock. Here it goes, dropping back, looking, nowhere to go, taking for it on his feet, getting close to the first down, sliding. Where are they marking this football? There's a minute 13 left here. And so we got 2nd and 1, minute and 6 seconds left. It looks like Daniel Jones is taking the snap, dropping back, and he's sacked. He is sacked. It is 3rd down now. 3rd down. So what was a 2nd and 1 is now 3rd and long after a sack by Atlanta's defense. So good spin move and sack. Oh, it's so awesome when you see a defensive guy doing a spin move. You know, you always see Bijan Robinson and them doing it. When you see the defensive guy get it off and get the sack, it's good to see. 3rd and 11. 3rd and 11, dropping back. He's got to go deep. He's got to go deep. He's going for it. And it looks like it's intercepted. It is intercepted. Oh, intercepted. Daniel Jones with the critical interceptions. Only 8 seconds left on the play clock, though. Wow. Interception. Daniel Jones, critical interception. Wow. All right. Daniel Jones with the interception. Oh, man. He was looking for Alec Pierce deep. Unsportsmanlike conduct taunting. No way. Oh, man. All right. 2nd quarter coming to an end on an interception of Daniel Jones. Oh, man. So the 3-5 Falcons, I don't know if they're going to run the ball up the middle 3 times and just try to take it, or what they're going to try to do here. But there's 9 seconds left. What was weird is I don't know why they didn't call a timeout. No, it looks like they're just going to take a knee. Take a knee. Take a knee. George. Standard League Loveland or Cade Otton. You know, I love pause. Cade Otton, to me, seems like, you know, with where the health is of that defense, is a pretty solid weekly play. The Patriots are not scary at the you know, here, let's pull it up too. Let's pull it up. Let's not just talk about it. Let's show it. Right? Look at the Patriots defense in terms of matchups. They're one of the better matchups, right? On the best matchup side towards the top. So in terms of opportunity, right? The Patriots are giving up over a touchdown and a half game passing, 15 touchdowns, right? Good amount of yards. So they're a more favorable matchup. It's not like the Vikings are, you know, the scariest defense, but if you look at it, you know, they are on the end of you know, giving up less yards, right? Through the air. And you know, you could still score on the Vikings, but they've had a little bit more variability. Why am I talking about the Vikings? I was totally had another play in my head. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. The Patriots are a good defense. The Chicago Bears, they are a good offense, right? Playing against the Giants, who are also a good matchup. I don't know about Cole Kmet's health, so let me take a look. He is active. Cole Kmet is active. So, I think Loveland is a hold type player right now. What I mean by that is, he probably could be, that Tyler Warren in the future, but right now he's split in touches, split in, route share with Cole Kmet. That weather in that game is not projected good, which technically possibly favors a tight end position because of the shorter passes. But in an overall scheme, Giants, or you could run the ball against them, so it's possible that the Bears just go very, very run heavy. I would take Cade Otton, just because the matchup's good. He is necessary in that offense for it to move, right? You can't just target Ibuka 50 times in the game. It has to go to somebody else. And you can foresee Cade Otton being a reliable target in the end zone since they've had so much chemistry, right, over the years. So I would lean Cade Otton in this. Loveland is a nice splash play from last week. I just don't think the game script helps. You're welcome, George. Hopefully that helps. Much love to you and your team. Appreciate everybody in here. Feel free to drop any questions or comments. Much appreciated. Drop a like if you guys haven't already. Make sure to vote on the game. Everybody's voting for the Colts, but the Falcons are winning at the half. The Falcons are winning at the half. Going Cade on. Who is my NFL team? Oh my goodness. All right. Story time. Look who we're wearing. We're wearing the Raiders. We're wearing the Raiders, and I have to put on this uniform even after a great game of Thursday football. And this is how I take Thursday's game. Thursday's game is the epitome of what it's like being a Raiders fan. You have no hope because of how poorly you've done in the previous time frames, right? But you're like, we gotta hope, right? We gotta believe in our team. You think you're gonna lose because you're playing the best team in the division, and then you have this opportunity. All of a sudden, you guys are actually close in the game for most of the game. You guys are doing well, All right, your future franchise player scores a touchdown, Ashton Genty, and when all hope is there, and you think you can win the game, it goes off of your franchise player's hands, Ashton Genty, interception, and you lose the game. And you lose the game 7-10. It's not like and you lost the previous week in overtime to another good team, right? This is what it's like being a fan. I woke up on Friday, like, oh my God. This is what it's like. This is what it's like. But I'm that's a long-winded way of saying Raiders fan. ... What about you, George? What about you? Who is your team? Who is your favorite team? Yeah, it's most be painful. it was I feel like everybody was in pain. Who decided to watch that game, not just as Raiders fans, but I felt sorry for anybody who watched that game. That game was terrible. Game was terrible overall. You're a Colts fan? Okay. Oh, so you're playing now. You are playing now. I am hoping that this second half continues as a good game. I don't have a dog in this game, so I will root for you to win, but I will root for you to win in a shootout. I will root for you to win in a shootout. Hopefully you win. It's been a very good game of football so far. As a Colts fan, what do you think of Daniel Jones? What do you think Daniel Jones can get you there as as you think about your opinion or give yours, if you feel free to share it. Here's mine on the Colts. I I thought you guys were a great dark horse, right, for the playoffs, and now it's I don't know if you can call it a dark horse still, but like the whole team seems good, and then I know you guys gave up a lot for Sauce Gardner, but it was a move you probably had to make if you wanted to win the Super Bowl or had a shot, right? Because it is true that over the top, the Colts have been beaten sometimes over the top. So I see that Daniel Jones. I see his resurgence. Um, hopefully under pressure. I think that's the one weakness in the entire team is that it seems like if there's a good pass rush defense, like a Denver team or something like that, that they could get to Daniel Jones a little bit and throw him off his game. But I'm not sure what you think. You just don't understand with the play calls the last two games. I mean, it has surprised all of us, but don't feel completely safe in some decision makings like that in a few moments ago. With the interception, right? With that interception he did. Yeah, I haven't watched the play calls uh too specifically, I would say. That is something that I can probably go look back at or take some stats on. Um take some looks, but uh I just with like how much you guys were scoring, right? Throughout the season, it was a little surprising to me that the Steelers got so many turnovers last game, you know? Like that was a little surprising, I guess. So maybe that's the play calls you're talking about. I wasn't aware as much on like what the play call was, I guess, as opposed to just the fact that the turnovers happened. And I don't know, can you tell as a fan, can you tell if it's play calls or if it's Daniel Jones going rogue or, something like that? I don't know if he's also like, maybe the play call's good and he's just not following the play call. I'm not exactly uh sure. I'll have to now that you mentioned that, I'll have to go take another look at a couple of those key moments or maybe even pay attention in this game, right? A little closer at that. I never thought about that. I just kind of assumed, right, that the play calls were all great because of how much you guys have been scoring. The trade for Sauce was too much for you. Okay. Maybe you could get a future quarterback. So you would have been more okay rolling with the team that you had into the playoffs, but then trying to like I guess do it again next year or something like that. But build upon that as a fan because I don't know the dynamics of the salary cap and everybody's contract on the team right now. Like if it's quote unquote repeatable or not, if that makes any sense, or if this is your one and only shot this year, I guess. Um, Sometimes it's both. For example, it's 3rd and 11, and they ran the ball when you can run it in the first. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, with how well Jonathan Taylor's been playing too, right? Like, you like. Okay, I could kind of see that because I think you guys did go away from Taylor a little bit last game too. Even though you guys were down most of the game, it's like, why would you go away from Taylor with how well he's been playing, right? I guess maybe that. Like, let me see. Yeah, 14 attempts against the Steelers and then 2 receptions when he's had 4 reception, 5 reception games in the past. Okay, I could kind of see that, right? Okay, you broke through to me on that one. You broke through to me on that one. With the Steelers, it was horrible. Yeah. Okay. That makes a lot of sense actually. Even if you guys are down, right, by a touchdown or like right now, 1 point, right? What I'm gonna look at then in this third quarter, I'm kind of thinking out loud is like how many of these drives start with Jonathan Taylor as the focal point of the offense? Because you're right. Now that I'm kind of like absorbing this first half, even though Taylor has like 10 carries or something like that, it feels like the focal point of the offense right now is Daniel Jones to make something happen. Whereas I feel like your guys' more best interest, as I'm kind of thinking this out loud, is to guarantee Jonathan Taylor 20 touches a game plus receptions, right? And then make Daniel Jones be the game manager, almost like how Alex Smith was used back in the day. More of a game manager rather than make things happen. Yes, he hit Pierce, right? But Atlanta's defense has taken away people at times. So now that I'm kind of talking this out loud, I could kind of see the play calls questionable. I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to see it. You will see it these next half. They'll start throwing a lot and not using Jonathan Taylor. Interesting. That is a questionable thing because you guys are only down by 1, so it's basically half, right? It's basically tie game. And even if I was down by 7 coming into this this half, I would still try to get Jonathan Taylor started, right? He's been running away with it. Almost kind of like how much they overuse Christian McCaffrey. I feel like at this point in this, with what Jonathan Taylor's done, you have to kind of do the same. No, that's what you're thinking too, I bet, George. Okay, I appreciate that, George. You gave me insight into the. Much love to you. That was a good conversation. That's I never really thought about that. So thanks, George. That was very, very helpful. Much love to you. Bradley says, pure desperation. Oh, pure desperation. So if you're saying that, that means you are coming from behind. So correct me where I'm wrong, okay? Because I'm going to speak on this as if I am coming from behind. I'm projected to lose by 20 or 30 points, okay? So that's how I'm going to be approaching this conversation, okay, Bradley? So you got Knight, DeMarcado, Hubbard, Rodriguez, and Jennings. Wait, who's T Jennings? Tyrone. If this is Juwan Jennings, just help me understand, Bradley. But if that's the case, I'm going Juwan Jennings for sure. Out of these selections. But correct me if that's not Juwan Jennings, just because when you say pure desperation, right? I'm looking for upside, and Jennings has been trending in the right direction of Juwan Jennings has been trending in the right direction of things. Oh, Patriots. Ha. Ha. I was too hopeful, huh? Terrell Jennings. I was too hopeful that it was oh man, that would have been too easy of a decision, I guess, right? Oh, all right. All right, all right, all right. Let's come back to earth then. Let's come back to earth of what this decision is. So, um geez, man, this is tough. This is very, very tough. Um man. Don't take my silence for I have no idea because this is a tough decision. I think Rodriguez for me is kind of like I'm gonna choose him just to ride what happened, you know. Hopefully he gets the touches. I mean, we're in a desperation situation right now, right? Anyways, I think Knight and DeMarcado is the hardest chance to potentially score or harder chance. You know, it looks like Chuba Hubbard's not going to get hardly any work. So I'm kind of away from him. Terrell Jennings, you know, he didn't get much work either, but got some. Let me look at his usage. 11 carries, right? And a touchdown. Oh man, this is so hard, man. I'm trying not to play the 49ers, not the 49ers, the Arizona backfield just because the Seahawks defense is like really good, you know? Let me pull it up for you. Let me pull these stats up for you. Oh, we're on the passing defense right now, so let me pull up the rushing, right? Like if you look at this rushing defense, right? Um and you look for the Seahawks, they're allowing less than 100 yards a game, the only 4 touchdowns on the season, 700 yards. And that's going to be split between DeMarcado and Bam Knight, right? Um so maybe they could make up for it a little bit in the passing game, but that's why I'm kind of off of those guys, you know. So Rodriguez, I'm playing, and then I'm just taking a prayer on Jennings. If you believe for some weird reason that Hubbard is gonna get work, um, that matchup is not scary, right? Uh, they're playing the Saints, so you can foresee. It's just to me, I think Chuba is gonna basically take the whole workload, or not Chuba, Rico Dowdle, right? If you look at how they did it last time, it was basically like 80% carry usage, even more than 80%, right? So Chuba's, you know, if he gets 5 carries, you'll be happy. Looks like Terrell Jennings might get a few more, or not. Yeah. Uh, so I think I'd hate to say, but I'm going Rodriguez and Jennings. But if you have a feel, like at this point, it's all feel, right? At this point, it's all feel. Like these guys are all, you know, a coin flip essentially. So if you feel somebody else is better than my analysis, go for it, dude. Like I, there's, you know, at this point, it's just who do you think is going to get the touchdown, right? On a dice roll. All of them are dice rolls. So if you feel somebody is going to be better than what I said, go for it. But if not, that's my reasoning. I think I'm just going to ride the momentum of Rodriguez and Jennings in terms of touches, and then the opportunity of who they're playing. That's how I would do it. But let me know if you disagree, Bradley. Let me know if that helped, didn't help. Much love to you and your team. If you could drop a like, much appreciated. Much appreciated if you could drop a like before you go. But celebrations and much love to you and your team, uh, Bradley. Awesome conversation, George. I agree. I agree. Hopefully, we can see a good second half here. Hopefully, we can see a good second half. Celebrations to everybody who is here with us. So we got 14-13 in this game. We got the Falcons with the ball. Daniel Jones and team down 1 point. Crucial interception by Daniel Jones to end the first half. And we'll see how this second half kind of kicks off. The Falcons will be here taking over. We shall see if the Falcons can do anything here. They're up by 1 point. Bijan Robinson has not been splashing, I guess is the word. So let's probably zoom in there I would assume they are going to try to get Bijan going. It's 2nd and 6. You got motion for Bijan. It's not there. Fires, finds his man. It's Kyle Pitts, it looks like, for a first down. So a lot of motion happening on that play. Looked like they were going to try to set up a screen or something for Bijan. That's where the defense went, but Kyle Pitts leaks out and gets the first down. All right. So we got. You're welcome, Bradley. You are welcome. All right, here we go. Shotgun formation. We got Two backs in. We got motion with Drake London. Handoff is going. Bijan bouncing to the outside and gaining about 10. Gaining about 10. So there goes that splash play from Bijan. Much love to y'all. We got Bijan getting about 10 yards, almost tackled in the backfield, but Bijan doing what he does best, jump cutting, avoiding the tackle, avoiding another defender, and getting to the edge for a gain of about 10. All right. So here we go. Shotgun formation, handoff again. This time it looks like it's Tyler Algier, gain of about 4 or 3 up the middle. So the Falcons marching close to the red zone slowly by slowly. They're still slightly outside of it, I believe, but they're getting, near that solid field goal range to be able to score. There on the 25-yard line. Penix firing and missing his target, Kyle Pitts. 3rd and 5. It is incomplete there. Penix talking to the ref like, I deserve a foul or something here. And the ref being like, nah, that was not a foul. So Pitts getting some excess contact on that reception, but no flag. So 3rd and 5 here. Let's see if Colts can stop it or if Penix can overcome. 0 for 3 on these. Going for the end zone again. Oh, just slightly underthrown for Kyle Pitts in the end zone, and the defense catches up with Pitts, and it is incomplete for now a field goal. So Pitts beat his man one-on-one, but had to slow down for the football, which allowed the defender to catch back up and get in and deflect it. I think it went off his helmet. I think it went off his helmet. But 43-yard field goal attempt here. Let's see what Atlanta could do. Field goal is up. And field goal is good. Field goal is good. 17-13. Indianapolis going to be taken over again after this. Let's get this score updated for y'all. We have the Falcons up 17-13. Here we go. Atlanta is up 17-13. All right, let's get this score updated. And George pointed out to see what the Colts do here because, yes, we have plenty of time left here. We can establish the run with Jonathan Taylor. There's no need to be passing it when you have arguably the best running back right now in football. Establish his presence on the field to open up the passing game, right? The passing game gets opened up once the box gets stacked. So we'll see here what kind of adjustments the Colts will be looking for. Hopefully they're not passing on first down, as George pointed out. That is a good call out here to see on the play calling. What is the play calling really going to be for this team? And to be a playoff threat, you have to have good play calling. You absolutely have to have good play calling, good ball control. So be looking for, especially after this Daniel Jones interception, right? Especially after the Daniel Jones interception. It's probably looking like Atlanta needs to control, or not Atlanta. Indianapolis would need to control the quarter here, control the ball, maybe drain out a little bit of the clock through the run game and gain this momentum back. Because even though with the field goal, it's only a 4-point game. So here we go, Colts taking it back, finding the edge, and he's across midfield. All right, here we go. What a good start to the Colts offense. They got past midfield on that punt return, setting their team up beautifully for a good drive. So let's see what they could do here. All right, time to take off this jacket. All right. Here we go. 17-13. Colts. Oh, play action. We're going to the pass, but we're finding Jonathan Taylor. Okay, here we go. And he gets like 20 yards, 15 yards. All right. There we go. Getting Jonathan Taylor going in the passing game, which is fine. You know, you don't have to run the ball up the middle. You could fake the play action and get him going, cut into the edge, which is what happened. And you know, he's so good, beats 2 defenders to the edge and gets a gain of about 20. Here we go, Colts. Let's score a touchdown right now. You're on the 20-yard line in the red zone. After one play, let's keep establishing this run, except we're going to the pass again. And it's a fumble! And a flag is thrown. Oh, geez. That was quite scary. I don't know if you're still here, George, but that was quite scary, man. I don't know why we're going to the pass. You were right. What the heck? And that was a flag. Ooh, no penalty. Man, that was scary. That was quite scary. All right. Whew. All right, ball knocked out. That was a clean fumble, so good thing Daniel Jones recovered that. That was so scary. 2nd and 21. Here we go. Dropping back, Daniel Jones firing. Hitting the running back. Gain of about 6. Will be 3rd down and long. Dylan, good day. How are you? 2 questions for 2 separate leagues. Both of them full PPR. A tight end between Loveland or Schultz. Okay, Loveland's in some bad weather. And Cole Kmet is back. So on-field percentage is limited. So Loveland can break free, and I know Schultz's quarterback's not in, but there's some variables in that game, okay, with the weather, and then how is Loveland gonna be on? Fumble on Daniel Jones. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Fumble on Daniel Jones. So like even though Schultz has a backup quarterback, right? In the tight end position, you're not doing fancy routes, right? You're not doing fancy routes for the tight end position. You're typically like that in the middle, 5-yard, 7-yard ish, maybe 10-yard catch. So to me, that's not like something where if you're like Nico Collins, right, or somebody George Pickens going way down the field, where you're gonna be what's the word, more like worried, I guess. And I think I'm okay playing because Schultz has been decent, right? He's been pretty decent. So I think in that case I would play him and rather just wait on the on the hitting of Loveland because everybody projected him to be as good as Tyler Warren, but one good game against the Bengals, in some bad weather. I'm okay waiting on that upside, right, to see what really shakes out. Whereas Dalton Schultz, I know he's not been the most fantastic player, but I think in this game he could get some receptions, and I just think offense in general is limited uh in that Chicago game. If you have a feeling, right, tight end is all right. It can be a feeling. So if you just feel for some reason Loveland is gonna have a better opportunity, go for it, right? Go for it. Even in bad weather, tight ends can perform, but I just don't like those two variables together. Cole Kmet back with unknown snap share and the weather, that I would take Schultz. But if you have a feeling, go for it. Okay. One running back and two flex. Tight ends can be your flex from above. Okay, so Terrell Jennings, JCM, uh, Bam Knight, Manuel Wilson, Schultz, likely Mason Taylor. Oh man, this is tough. This is tough. Man. All right. Uh, I think with the vacated targets of Kayshawn Booty, I am taking Douglas for sure. You need a running back between those four. Bam Knight has a terrible matchup. Manuel Wilson, maybe. So for me, it's between Terrell Jennings and JCM. And it's just, who do you think the opportunity is going to go to more? You know, I'm not sold on JCM. He has gotten opportunities, so hopefully he could just do something with it. Terrell Jennings um, has like a backup role, but JCM's also splitting with Rodriguez, right? It just depends who you think is going to have a better opportunity to hit out of that. Patriots, they're playing the Bucks. That's a decent defense. JCM is playing who are the Commanders playing? The Lions, who's also a good run defense. Eh, that one's a coin flip for me. I would roll with JCM just and close my eyes and pray. But again, this is a feeling thing, right? If you have a feeling for Jennings, go for it. If you have a feeling for Bam Knight, go for it. Manuel Wilson, go for it. Bam Knight has the worst matchup out of all those guys. Manuel Wilson probably has the second worst, and it looks like they're trying to give more opportunities back to Jacobs. But again, if it's a feeling, right? And this one, if you have a feeling for a better player, go for it. I would do JCM. I would play Douglas for sure. And then you need a second. You need a second flex. Uh, you need a second flex. So it's between Mason Taylor. I'm not playing Mason Taylor. Isaiah Likely, maybe. So it's basically Isaiah Likely versus Terrell Jennings and Dalton Schultz. Jeez, this is tough, dude. For the second one, it's a full PPR. Man, I'm just looking up Isaiah Likely's game splits right now, um, to see if that's even worth it at all. Uh, let's see. Isaiah Likely, his game splits, 4 targets, 2 targets. He's not really getting targeted that much. His targets are valuable because they are going down the field. Can he score against Minnesota? I don't know. That's to be seen. But same thing when it comes for uh Terrell Jennings. I mean, that's mm, he's got 11 opportunities, 1 reception. Oh man, I don't like either of these. I'm gonna coin flip it and say Jennings. It's not amazing, but I'm just riding the 10 touches, 11 touches, 12 touches from the last game, and hoping those 12 touches gets me something. But likely is not a terrible play. Um, I'm just taking Jennings, JCM, and then Douglas. Hopefully that helps you, Dylan. Let me know if or if not. Much love for asking really good question. That made me think a lot. So much love. Hopefully that helps you and your team. Much love to your team this week. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated, Dylan. George, and there goes it again. I know, for Daniel Jones, right? Like, I was just commentating on that. I was like, dude, like, you were absolutely right. In every opportunity that they could have run the ball, they decided to pass. And then that just put him in a situation where after the first time that the ball got knocked out of his hands and he fumbled it, right? Where like, I would have been like, okay, he's got to be able to take care of the ball, and then he ends up what? Fumble. Oops, wrong one. Fumble City. So I agree with you. Those play calls are a little shaky now that I kind of looked at that. You got lucky that Atlanta's just, the most awesome team on offense all the time, but now you have another shot again. So didn't look Atlanta did anything. All right. All right. So here we go. Taking over are the Colts. 9 minutes, 40 seconds left. Handing off to Taylor. Gain of 3 or 4. All right. Maybe this is the drive they turn it around. George. Colts are most voted to win. Be sure to vote in the poll. All right. All right, here we go. We got Taylor getting in first down. There we go. They're establishing the run. So now 1st and 10 for the Colts. They're going back to their fundamentals that got them to the 7-2 record. Run it with Jonathan Taylor, get him involved. And let's not necessarily make Daniel Jones the focal point of the offense. Here we go. Shotgun formation, handing off again. Positive yards again, maybe 2-ish. All right, second down. Here we go. Jonathan Taylor now has 13 rushes for 70 yards and a touchdown, so he's averaging a little over 5 a carry right now. 2nd and 7. Here we go. 2nd and 7. We got the Falcons. Had an extra player on the field, but there was no foul call for it. Oh, there is a flag thrown. Let's see if 12 man on the field is called, because I saw a guy running off the field and he did not get off before the snap went off. So, yep. Five-yard penalty. All right. So here we go. Third quarter, 7 minutes, 43 seconds left. 12 men on the field, called on Atlanta. So it is now 2nd and 12. Why is it 2nd and 12? Shouldn't be. Oh, they declined it? Yeah. It's like 2nd and 3, not 2nd and 12. Okay. I was confused for a second. All right. Jonathan Taylor finding a hole up the middle. Oh, yeah. Gain of about 15. All right, here they go. Here's Colts football. Running the ball with Jonathan Taylor. Just get back to that fundamental. They got the ball moving up the field now. You got arguably the best running back in the league, or how at least how he's playing on the year. Keep feeding this man. Here he goes. Another maybe 4-yard gain up the middle for Taylor. So all Jonathan Taylor this drive. It looks like he's coming off the field to get a well-deserved rest. Basically moved the team by himself like 30 yards this drive. So he is doing work. 2nd and 7. Let's see if Daniel Jones can now take over to do something. All right, so we got 2nd and 7. Here it goes, dropping back. Hits Tyler Warren. Open space, gaining about 20 yards, 25 yards, Tyler Warren. So now we're getting back to that red zone area. Let's go. Celebrations. We love to see good plays of football. There we go. Tyler Warren getting the big play. Getting the big play here is Tyler Warren. All right. So Tyler Warren getting them towards the red zone. He's got 4 receptions for 52 yards. Very close to the red zone on the 27-yard line. Daniel Jones and team. Shotgun formation. Taking the snap. Handing off. This is the backup running back. It's not Jonathan Taylor. Who is this? Gain of about 4. All right. 2nd and 6 is the Colts marching on the red zone. Very close to the red zone. 2nd and 6. They are on the 24-yard line. Here we go. Handoff. Patient waiting. Taylor up the middle. Gain of about 3. All right. It will be 3rd down and about 3. 3rd down and 3. So here we go. Can the Colts convert on this 3rd and 3? Let's see if they can score a touchdown here. 3rd and 3. Down to the red zone. They are on the 21-yard line. So basically on the foot of the red zone. And we got Daniel Jones and team. Here we go. Shotgun formation. Taylor in the backfield. And they ran it. And it looks like he barely gets it, or he might be half a yard short. The refs are telling him he's half a yard short. So 4th and short here. 4th and short here. Going for it on 4th and 1. Daniel Jones and team. Shotgun formation. They're not going to quarterback sneak it. High snap to Taylor. He's got it. He's got the 1st down. Easy. Inside the 15-yard line now. Marching on the door of the green zone. So we got 1st and 10. Here we go. There we go. So 1st and 10. And we got Daniel Jones taking the snap. Or Tyler Warren taking the snap, sorry. And handing it off to Jonathan Taylor to try to rush to the outside. Not much there. Gain of maybe 1 or 2. So Tyler Warren took the snap. All right. There you go. So Jonathan Taylor, gain of about 2. Tyler Warren took the snap. Here we go. Daniel Jones, shotgun formation, 2nd and 8, motioning Pittman to the line. Snap is taken. Looking, nothing there. Going for it himself with his legs. Gain of about 3. Gain of about 3. So we got 3rd down now. 3rd down. All right. We got 3rd down for the Colts. 3rd down and 6. Marching on the door of the green zone. Here we go. 10-yard line. Alec Pierce in motion. 3rd down and 6. Snap is taken. Jones looking over the middle, looking for it with his own feet, and he's just a yard short of the 1st down. It is going to be 4th and 1 again. It is going to be 4th and 1 again. So 4th down for the Colts. We have to see if they're going to go for it. It looks like they are going to go for it. And it's going to be 4th and 2, not 4th and 1. So it's a long 4th down conversion here. All right, we got 4th and 2. And we got Daniel Jones under center. Josh Downs in motion. A pitch to Taylor. And he's stopped in the backfield. And it's a turnover on downs. It is a turnover on downs. And the Colts turned it over on downs. The Falcons held up on that 4th and 2. Good day, Mac. How are you today? How are you? Should you start Tracy or Swift? I mean, so let me look it up, but I believe Swift is healthy. And I know there is a lot of fear of giving up all the work to Kyle Monangai. All right. I get it. He's expected to play. Swift is expected to play. So I can't find any new information on him right now, but if you can confirm that Swift is healthy, I kind of just lean him. I just, if both of them are splitting a backfield, right? Tracy or Swift, I'm going with the person who has produced well, was, even though Monangai did well, was the number 1 in the offense before. I know he was succeeding work to him, right? But we just gotta, I gotta think that Swift will, gain his workload back. Maybe it's like 50-50, but again, Tracy is basically a questionable 50-50 too, right? So, it is a kind of a coin flip because you're not sure how healthy Swift is and stuff like that. I'm just gonna, if it says he's healthy, I'm going to assume that work's going to be there. Both are fine options, I think, because both should have a lot of runs in this game with the rain and weather situation. And it's not like Chicago's defense is anything to write home against it, right? So check this out. So like you look at the rushing defenses, right? And the Giants are one of the best with giving up, like almost 150 yards a game on the ground. Right. So I know, and essentially a touchdown and a half a game, right? The best matchups, the second one, 12 touchdowns. So I know the Giants is better, so that's why I would lean there. The Bears are still not great at stopping the run at over 100 yards a game and almost a touchdown a game, but a little better. So I'm going to lean Swift. If all signs point that he's active and healthy, that's what I do. Both guys are in good matchups in similar situations. They're playing each other, right? They're playing each other. So again, if it comes down to gut. Don't just trust what I say. If you feel that Tracy's going to do more than Swift, go with him. I personally would just play Swift in the situation if he's designated healthy. I just foresee more possibilities of Chicago running the ball all game, more so. And then I know it's going to be split. We're not sure. I'm just banking on Swift getting the workout. I hope that helps, but I totally understand if it does not and you want to go the other way. But drop a like if you can. Much love to you and your team. Let me know if you have any other thoughts or questions. But yeah, I'm going Swift in that scenario. Hopefully that helps you, Mac. But much appreciated for the thoughts and the questions. All right, so let's see. Let us see, where are we at with this? We have 17-13, end of the third quarter. And so we're moving to the fourth after not able to convert on 4 downs for that. So we got, how many points do we got? We got 17.4 points for Drake London, so I could update that. Let me see. Where is this at? All right. All right, so we got here we go, Falcons faking the handoff, looking, Penix looking, not finding anybody firing, and just throws it away. So Penix not able to do anything there. Looking for somebody open, but he was under intense pressure. And again, when Penix is under pressure, he typically loses track of the field, I think. So throws that one away. So 2nd and 10 for the Falcons. 2nd and 10 for the Falcons. Here they go. Pass play, looking, and a terrible football thrown by Penix, or it was knocked down at the line of scrimmage. But that football did not look like it was thrown well. I could be wrong, and it could have been tipped. So, at the feet of Darnell Mooney, though. I believe it was Darnell Mooney that was the intended target. All right, so we got 3rd and 10. Falcons butchering this opportunity, or I should say Penix, and he's going to get sacked. He avoids it, and he just throws it away. All right. Sounds about right. For Penix and team. All right, it's going to be Indiana's ball after this punt. So hopefully the Colts can score here because they had an opportunity and turned it over on downs in the green zone on the 10-yard line. And Atlanta didn't really do much with that opportunity. I mean, they moved the ball a little bit with the pass to Drake London, but we now are going back to Indianapolis, catching it by downs on the 30-yard line, got some space, dodging a couple tackles, breaking free across midfield is Josh Downs. And look at him putting his team again in position to score. Here we go. Let's see if Indianapolis Colts, after that awesome return, can make something happen. They are down 17-13. Let's see if they can make something happen. Right now, we got the Colts. Most people thinking that the Colts will win this game. However, the Falcons are winning, so it is the Falcons to lose. The Falcons are ahead 17-13. There's been touchdowns by Tyler Algier and Drake London. And then for the Colts, touchdowns by Alec Pierce on a long bomb and then Jonathan Taylor on a rush. So we got a game of 17-13. The Falcons have 1 field goal. And the last possession, not Tyler Warren, the Indianapolis Colts brought it down to the 10-yard line, but turned it over on downs. They tried a 4th and 2 with a pitch to Jonathan Taylor, and the Falcons read it, broke into the backfield, stopped it. They stopped it. So let's see what team can do here. We got them taking over past midfield, so they have a very good opportunity right now. Very, very good opportunity to turn this into some points after Josh Downs returned it for about 25 yards. They'd be taking over on about the 45-yard line across midfield. I forgot to check the exact yardage. So let's see here what they can do with this opportunity. Let's see what they can do for this opportunity here. All right, let me see. Drop any questions in chat. The morning games will be taking over in about an hour. The early slate games. Things to provided. Comment questions. All right. Let's go. This is some good football. Here we go. Here we go. 14 minutes left in this fourth quarter, so it's the fourth quarter right now. Fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, here we go. Colts taking over on the 47-yard line. And snap is off. We're running it up the middle with Jonathan Taylor. And gain of maybe 3 or 4. So Jonathan Taylor with a gain of about 3. Yeah, 3. 2nd and 7. All right, so Jonathan Taylor with 100 yards rushing, 21 rushes. He's got 101 yards, about 5 yards a carry, just slightly under 5 yards a carry. So here we go, Jonathan Taylor and team. Shotgun formation, Daniel Jones, 2nd and 7. Here we go, handoff. And he's found it, room on the edge, and he's going. He's down to the 25. Gain of about 20 is Jonathan Taylor. Great run by Jonathan Taylor. This is why you hand this man the football. He was originally going to run up the middle, but nothing was there, so he broke to the outside, and he gained about 20 yards on the play. So Jonathan Taylor already has 1,000 yards on the season. Here we go. 1,015 yards. 13 touchdowns already. This man's having a career season. All right, pitch back. Finding room on the edge. Gain of about 9. Jonathan Taylor, again, they cannot stop this man. Gain of about 8 or 9 is Jonathan Taylor. They cannot stop this man right now. They cannot stop this man. Just get this man the ball in space, and he is gaining big chunk yards every time. So 2nd and 2, setting up a great opportunity again for the Colts. Remember, last drive, they went for it on 4th and 2 on the 10-yard line and turned the ball over on down. So they're still down 4. They did not choose to take the field goal. They chose to take the touchdown. Here they go, 2nd and 2 in the red zone. And Jonathan Taylor up the middle and gain of maybe 1-ish. Does he get the full 2? I don't think so. And it looks like he's going to be half a yard short of the first down. They're giving him a 3rd down signal. So it'll be 3rd and 1, maybe about half a yard. So here we go. We got 0 conversions on 3rd down tonight through three quarters. That's what they're telling us. First time since 2020. Wow. All right, 3rd and 1. And they go for it on a QB sneak, and they should get it. They should get the first down on a QB sneak with Daniel Jones. So here we go. 11 and a half minutes left in this game. We're in the red zone for the Colts. They got a score here. Last time they turned it over on downs on a 4th and 2. Jonathan Taylor on a pitch back for the 4th and 2 could not find the edge and turned it over on downs, did the Colts. But here we go again in the red zone. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Pittman in motion. Here it is. Handoff. Taylor tackled at the line of scrimmage. Nowhere to go. Maybe a loss of about half a yard. So it's going to be second down. Second down and 11. Second down and 11. All right. So we are on about the 15-yard line, 16-yard line. We got second 11 for the Colts. Second and 11 for the Colts. Oh, man, I see what happened. Oops, that's what happened. I updated the wrong one. I was like, how the heck where'd my background go? That's why. Oops, I had the wrong thing on. Sorry, guys. All right, here we go. Second down and 16 are the Colts. Second down and 16 on the 20. So backing them up to the edge of the red zone is a penalty. Second down and hits Tyler Warren. Mac, you chug in a gallon of milk? Oh my God, that would be so savage. That would be so savage if I was just taking milk. This is like water. This is water. Try to drink roughly a gallon and a half of water a day. So no, it's a gallon of water, but that would be so savage if that was a full gallon of milk. That would be hilarious. Good shout out there. Good shout out there. 3rd and 10, shotgun formation. Are the Colts gonna give up this golden opportunity again, or can they convert on this 3rd down? Dropping back. Jones looking for it, and he gets sacked. And he gets sacked. 4th down. It's going to have to be a field goal. So last time they went for it on 4th and 2, turnover on downs. They kicked the field goal. They would have had another field goal here and actually be winning this game. But now they're going to kick this field goal to try to bring it down to a 1-point game. Maybe Daniel Jones needs to chug some milk so that he could get the 1st down when he runs for it like that. But good shout out there, Mac. 34-yard field goal. The field goal is up, and the field goal is good. So it's now a 1-point game with 9 minutes to play. The Falcons are up, 9 minutes to play, 17-16. 17-16. Man, that was very anticlimactic. They started that drive so hot, but Atlanta's defense in the red zone has been very good against a shaky Indianapolis Colts team. A Colts team who started off the year so hot, but has really stumbled these past couple weeks, losing the game last week, and now this week putting their team is in jeopardy. The Falcons can control this game here, so it'll be interesting to see what Indianapolis Colts team shows up for these last 9 minutes. Right now, it is going to be Falcons ball after a kickoff, unless they try to onside kick, but probably not, right? So let's see what the Falcons can do here. Can they control the game, or are they going to give the ball back to the Colts, right? What's going to happen here? This is a very, very, very interesting game. Pretty solid game. A little bit of a slower second half, but it's been good to see, a competitive game here. Max says the lighting makes it look like milk. Oh, really? Is it super bright? I can turn down the brightness. Let me see. It looks okay on this screen, but maybe I could turn down the brightness just a tad, if that is the thing to do. It looks like a gallon of milk. Oh, man. Let's see. All right, let me try that. If that hopefully makes the lighting a little better. But thanks for that. Thanks for letting me know, Mac. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate you shouting that out. Lighting could be off. Sometimes on the live stream, it looks different than what the people see. So appreciate that shout out. Appreciate that shout out. All right, so let's get this score updated. Here we go. Boom. That did not work. Why did that not work? While we wait for the Colts to kick off, trying to update this score. Shout out Mac for letting me know my lighting is off. All right, so here we go. It's gonna be a long field. This is a long field for the Falcons. They're on a 1-point lead right now. Hopefully all right, there goes the updated score. Hopefully this can be an interesting ending to the game here. Hopefully this can be an interesting ending for the game. We got them showing Sauce Gardner because he's the newest addition to the Colts. All right, here you go. Shotgun formation. Bijan probably in the back. I would guess a run play here. And Bijan running up. Gain of about 7. Gain of about 6 or 7. Shoved out of bounds. It's going to be second down. Second down. They got some solid yardage on that first play, so the clock is running down. Looks Atlanta's going to just be looking to run the clock down for the rest of the game and just maintain the football. So 2nd and 3. Project to see a lot of Bijan here. Bijan again. Up the middle. First down for Bijan Robinson. First down for Bijan Robinson. Here he goes. Get in the work. Get in the work as they try to drain down this clock. So 1st and 10. 1st and 10 for Bijan. Had some solid blocks, getting him a hole to get a first down and a little bit more. So 7 minutes, 56 seconds left. Here it goes. Penix, shotgun formation, tight end in motion. Snap is off, hand off to Bijan. Gain of maybe 2. Gain of maybe 2. It's going to be second down. So clock is still running. Clock is still running. 1-point game. Falcons are up 17-16. The Falcons are up 17-16. Drop. All right. All right, Penix was looking no good. Looking for, I think, Mooney. And it was just kind of thrown out of bounds over his head. So it's going to be third down, 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7. So we got Bijan Robinson, 81 yards on 15 carries. Jonathan Taylor's got 25 carries, 127 yards. 3rd and 7. Here we go. Shotgun formation. Penix dropping back. Firing. And it's behind his receiver. What happened there? What has happened there? All right. So it looks like the Colts are going to be able to take over here. Just missed his receiver. So 4th down. Here comes the punt. And the punt is it going to be fair catch? Yeah, fair catch inside the 10. So it's going to be long field for the Colts. Evan, how are you? Good day. Parker, Washington, or Shakir? Without looking at it, my gut just tells me Parker, Washington because of the opportunities. But let me just double check everything to make sure I have at least a train of thought on this, right? So Brian Thomas not playing. I know Myers is there. So um, the football has to go somewhere. They're playing the Texans. Very, very tough matchup. So don't get me wrong that's going to be tough. So, ceiling may not be high. Is this PPR or is this standard? Because if it's PPR, that's why I went to Parker Washington right away. I just could envision a 5 or 6 catch game for 50 yards and have a safe floor, right? Shakir, half point PPR, is playing the Dolphins, so that's a great matchup, right? It's a fantastic matchup. Um, I think I could play Shakir in certain situations, right? But so you know, I could argue Shakir as well. I'm actually kind of talking myself into him as I am pulling up their individual stats as well. I think and Jonathan Taylor just breaking free from everybody and taking it to the house is Jonathan Taylor. Bam. This is why this man is the best running back in football right now, arguably the best running back in football. Jonathan Taylor breaking free for the whole thing. The whole thing. He just took it himself. He just took it himself. He said, "Enough of this. Enough of this. I am taking this to the house." Takes it for like a whole 80 yards, guys. He took it for a whole 80 yards to the end zone. Jonathan Taylor for the touchdown. There you go. That is exciting. All right, sorry, Evan. Sorry. Had to shout out that big play that just broke right now. But yeah, so I think I could talk myself into Shakir just based off of the recency in the matchup. I forgot that the matchup was against Miami. I totally forgot that he had such a positive matchup. For some reason, I thought he had just as tough of a matchup. So, Khalil Shakir, recently, right? So we're looking at, like, let's say the past 4 games: 6 receptions, 3 receptions, 6 receptions, 7 receptions. Yardage wise, not that much, right? Not crazy amount. So again, that's why I was leaning to Parker Washington. Based on the usage, you could argue Shakir for the matchup. So kind of a coin flip, right? You got probably more guaranteed usage for Parker Washington. Shakir has more recent usage. Parker has the worser matchup. Shakir has the better matchup. Pass volume is going to be more, right, for Jaguars versus Shakir. So this is really a 50-50 coin flip. My initial reaction was Parker Washington, but if you want to do Shakir because your gut tells you that and because of the recent usage and the matchup, go for Shakir, right? This is very, very close for me. It's very, very close. It's coin flip. Passing volume, I'm just going for Parker Washington, even though a tougher matchup. Hopefully that helped. I know I toed the line there. So go ahead and tell me, that was not helpful. You voted for both sides of the ball or something. But if it was at all helpful, hopefully you could drop a like. Let me know if you disagree and you want to play Shakir. But much love to you and your team this week. I really wish the best for you, Evan. Hopefully that was helpful. Let me know if not. George says that's the key. George, after 2 scary red zone. Here's the reality. Here's the truth for the Colts. You just got to keep them out of the red zone, and they'll score the touchdown. Right? They scored the touchdown there because Jonathan Taylor, like you said, right, just gotta run the ball with him, and even on the other drives, that's what they did, right, to get that yardage, run the football. So shout out George for taking the lead there. Much love to you, my man. You is right. Deshaun, how are you? Pet or Parker Washington? Man, a lot of people have been asking about Parker Washington today. It's just the matchup that holds you back from playing him, against that tough Houston defense. Let me look up Tech because for some reason I remember him being injured. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true or not. So, let me see. Why can't I find this? Here it is. So, let me see his health. Let me see his health. Oh, okay. So Tedoroa McMillan is healthy. He is healthy. He is, let me see. Is listed as active against. There were some concerns. So, all right. This is all based on matchup on this analysis for me. And I am just praying that the what's it called? The injury, right? The injury news on Tedoroa McMillan is true, right? So Parker Washington is playing the Jags. For even if Brian Thomas Jr. comes back, I still think he'll have decent volume. But while he's out, it's like even if Jacoby Myers comes, the volume is going to have to go somewhere, and Parker Washington's the most viable candidate, right? So, but it's the Texans. It's the Texans. So when we look at this, we got to take this into consideration, right? So if you look on this is the passing defenses, right? And the Texans, you look at the worst matchup column, one of the worst matchups. Uh, they have allowed only 8 touchdowns on the season, so about one a game or less than one a game. 1,500 yards, so only like 150 yards passing per game, right? So there's not much opportunity there, right? There's not much opportunity there. And even though the offense of the Panthers is projected to probably, run the ball 60% versus the pass game. They still have to pass somewhat, and the Saints have allowed almost 2,000 yards, so roughly 200 yards a game, and 18 touchdowns, so roughly 2 touchdowns a game passing. So the matchup is a lot better, right, for Tedoroa McMillan. So I am just praying that he's healthy, first of all, right? I'm praying that he's healthy, and I'm just gonna plug him in and just hope he gets some usage in the game. So I would do Tet because Washington's matchup is not as good. Hopefully that helps you. Let me know if you disagree. Much love to your team, Deshaun. Hopefully you do well. Hopefully that helps you. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated, everybody. Much appreciated. George says, good thing you have JT in your fantasy. Oh, so big game for JT, and hopefully your Colts win. That would be an ideal outcome of this game for you. You're welcome, Deshaun. Much appreciated. Let me know if anything else. All right, so back to the game. We got a close one here, guys. We got a fun one that to end this. We have Jonathan Taylor breaking away for like an 80-yard touchdown to put his team up 22-17. We have 2 minutes and 37 seconds left in this game. Atlanta is now marching close to the red zone. So this is an exciting ending. Penix firing up the middle, finding Kyle Pitts for a first down. First down, we're back into the red zone here. We are back into the red zone here. All right. So Kyle Pitts and team get in the first down here. Kyle Pitts and team get in the first down. All right. Into the red zone, 19-yard line. They need the touchdown. They cannot settle for a field goal here. And there are a 2-minute warning. Here we go. 2-minute warning taken over here. This is super exciting. This is probably the best, if not one of the best games that we have seen here for here we go. So we got a game here. We got Drake London with 19.4. So we got to update that. And we got basically potentially the last drive of the game here. We shall see if it has to be touchdown. It's touchdown or nothing here, right? It's touchdown or nothing here for for Atlanta. So it doesn't matter if they get a field goal. There's 2 minutes left against Jonathan Taylor, so you're not going to give the football back to them and try to take a field goal. Absolutely not. So all you are hoping for here is a touchdown if you're Atlanta. We got George here, a fan of the why can't I get rid of this? Oh, there it goes. George here, a fan of the Colts, so hopefully for him, they can get the win. Hopefully they can get the win. Hopefully they can get the win. All right, let's see. Let us see what else is going on that is important. Let's see. Any last minute news for people to be aware of? NFL last minute news. Yeah, so Brian Thomas Jr. is out. We got Brock Purdy still questionable. Wait, these are not the latest updates. These are not the latest updates. Real McCoy says, Happy Sunday. God bless you too, Real McCoy. How are you? How are you? Real McCoy might win this week. Good luck. Travion Henderson or Breece Hall? Ooh, that's a good question. My heart was automatically going to say Breece, but he's playing Cleveland, isn't he? Let me look at these matchups real quick. All right, Browns are playing the Jets. And then we got Patriots playing the Bucks. I guess you're hoping with Travion that he gets the same work. Man, all right, let's put up the rushing defenses on the screen too. So, okay, let's look at both of these defenses and see if there's any rhyme or reason. So, rushing defenses, when you look at the worst matchups, the Bucks are very tough against the run. 700 yards and 7 touchdowns. So you would be hoping that Travion gets some type of work in the passing game because they allow less than 1 touchdown and 100 yards to them. Same thing with the Browns, right? But they're only 750 yards, but they allow even less touchdowns, right? Even less. So both matchups are very tough. Both matchups are very tough. Breece Hall has more of a locked in role, hopefully, right, to his offense. And then you got Travion potentially splitting a little bit with Terrell Jennings, but getting the work more so. In terms of the passing work, we know Breece Hall will get passing work. Travion, we're hoping for passing work, right? We're hoping. And when you look at the passing defenses of each team, when you look at this, the Browns are still a pretty good passing defense. They commit 9 interceptions, only 6 interceptions, sorry, 15 touchdowns. So 1,600 yards. There's a little bit of room there. They're still not the best matchup, right? So hopefully Breece Hall would get usage in that. And then you look at the Bucks, they allow a little bit more yards, a little less touchdowns. So it's very close. It's very close. I would say I would go with Breece Hall
All things the same, very similar, right? Very similar matchups that they have. I trust Drake May more, but I don't think there's going to be as much work. So I'm just thinking that Brees Hall has a potential better usage, like a little more usage, right? That's how I would look at it. So I would play Brees Hall, but this is a very close coin flip for me. So if you feel Travion Henderson and you just have a feeling, go for it, right? Just go for it. I would play Brees Hall. I hope that helped you, Real McCoy. Let me know if or if not, but I would play that. Hopefully that helps you. Drop a like if it does. Let me know if anything else. Then Njoku or Loveland. I would probably that's tough. I would just go man, that's tough. That is tough. I would go Njoku. Both of them are splitting right now. But again, if you feel Cleveland, if you feel Colston Loveland for some reason, go ahead. My one asterisk is that it looks like there might be snow and wind in that game. Doesn't necessarily affect tight ends as much as deep field wide receivers. That is playing into my decisions. Cole Kmet is on the field. Little uncertainty. Dylan Sampson is only throwing to his tight ends, so I'm just hoping Njoku there. But it's very tough. That's very tough. But I would lean Njoku. LeBron says Keon Coleman with Josh Palmer out, Monangai or DeMarcado. I'm going Monangai here. Keon Coleman, I don't trust nothing about him and that offense, even with Josh Palmer out. It can just as easily go to, like Kincaid. It could be a straight James Cook game. Could be Josh Allen. Could be Keon Coleman, but I don't know. Even though Swift is back, with what Monangai has done, it's looking like a 50-50 split. How the game script is projected in that game, it's projected to have snow, wind. So I foresee a lot of running. So I think there's going to be ample opportunity for both Monangai and Swift. And if you check this out, if you look at the rushing defense of the Giants, if you look on the right side, they're one of the best matchups. They allow like 150 yards a game to running backs, or almost 200 yards a game to running backs, and 12 touchdowns, so a touchdown and a half. So I would lean to, Monangai there. I'm not playing DeMarcado. He's splitting touches against Seattle, which is one of the best rushing defenses. You look on that left side, Seahawks only 4 touchdowns and 687 yards, so less than 100 yards and less than half a touchdown a game for the Seahawks rushing defense, and DeMarcado's splitting that opportunity. So if you want to play Keon Coleman for some upside, potentially, I don't believe it. I'm playing Monangai in that situation, LeBron's. But let me know if that does help or does not help. Drop a like if you can. All right, so we have an exciting game here. Atlanta took over with the touchdown. Nobody would have expected, I believe that was Tyler Algier. I might be wrong, but it was out of the corner of my eye while I was watching this. Let me just double check. It was Tyler Algier. Tyler Algier for a touchdown. 2 touchdowns for Tyler Algier. None to Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson owners have to be furious. They have to be furious at that. But holy smokes, we have an incredible game here because Indianapolis is now marching it back to try to win this game or tie it with the field goal. They have 1:30 left. Everything has been moving so fast paced in this fourth quarter. In these last 7 minutes of play, touchdown, Jonathan Taylor, 80-yard run. Atlanta comes back real quick, scores again. And now we have, the Colts marching it back right now. This is crazy to say the least on an ending here. We got a 25-22 game going. I'm updating this score real quick. I'll get back to some start-sit questions or whatever questions in a second. But this has been an amazing game. Amazing game for Berlin. These people have to be happy who were able to watch this game. The real McCoy is here, rookie this year. Colston Loveland. Yes, Colston Loveland is a rookie. So there could be a rookie breakout. but he's splitting with Cole Kmet. And that offense, there's just, opportunities going in every which way. You're wanting Brees too, since your other running back is Warren. Okay. So they're not in the same. All right. Don't think you're starting Ja'Cory this week. You don't. Yeah, if he's going into Detroit, Detroit's defense is good. Plus, we're not sure what Ja'Cory's opportunities are. Those are your 4 running backs: Warren, Hall, Henderson. So Warren and Hall looks good. All right, that sounds good. Loveland's coming off a huge game-winning touchdown. He is coming off a huge game-winning touchdown that is against the Bengals, who are one of the worst defenses in the league. So that's why they're, I believe in Colston Loveland. If in a dynasty league, in up years coming, right now, that Chicago offense is looking kind of like the Chargers, in the sense like you never know who's going to really hit. And then because Loveland is splitting, it could be Cole Kmet at times too, right? So that's where I'm at with that. But Swift fuels certain stunts. Wait. It's okay. Njoku's such a genetic freak. Yes, he is a genetic freak. He's like DK Metcalf, where just in that position, like, nobody can compete. It's not snowing there. Oh, you lived in Chicago for 15 years, but you might get some snow today. Monangai can fight through tackles. Swift needs open lanes. Yes. And you've always liked Monangai over Swift, but Swift, fuels certain stunts. True, it's kind of just scheme, right? And Ben Johnson's a tricky guy. He could scheme certain things. So I think they both can get, just like David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs can have a good game. I think both Monangai and Swift could have a good game, especially against this terrible rushing defense of the Giants. Swift really only run catch, needs a hole to achieve success. That's true. That is true. But it is fantasy production, not NFL production we need, which is true too. 4th and 2. Jones gets his first down on 4th and 2. Wow. Also, this is an interesting week to start Goff over Hurts, but Hurts also feels bad to sit. Oh, man, that is a risky play, my man. Goff over Hurts. Go ahead and do it if you feel it. Hurts only has one bad game this season. So I think floor-wise Hurts, but Goff has a way better ceiling. So it's up to you. That's a tough choice. That's a tough choice for me. LeBron says you have Swift starting also, so it's going to be interesting. Oh, you do. You do have Swift starting as well. Again, like I said earlier, I do believe that both running backs could be fed and eat in this game. I think it's possible. Just look at how bad the defense is of the Giants. I might have overspoken based on what Real McCoy says of there not being a bunch of snow, or there only being a chance of snow, but I believe it is windy. And Real McCoy, chime in if it's windy or not. But I do believe it is supposed to be windy. And potential rain. But how much Chicago's been using the run game, I do believe I do believe that with how good Chicago's run game has been and how bad the Giants' run defense has been, they might just run with both guys, and both guys could potentially eat. So I think I'm okay believing that both guys can get you over 10 fantasy points, So that's I still stand by that, LeBron. So it is interesting. I'm just praying for you, man. Much love to you and your team. LeBron's, hopefully that does something for you. All right, Real McCoy says you live a few hours south. It is windy and spinning rain. Both teams are all weather teams, so there's no issue. Oh, as in like they're used to weather. Yeah. I mean, we're talking mostly about the running backs here, right? So I'm just talking mainly about downfield opportunities, right? If you're playing like Rome Odunze, let's just say that might be a little less opportunity, right? Or maybe Slayton, or the people downfield. But to the running backs, I think it benefits them, right? I think it benefits them. And I think um you don't know how Giant Stadium is in 2025. Wait, but it's at tying field goal from 44 yards. So we are tied with 25 seconds left. What a game. What a game. Oh yeah, Soldier definitely isn't. Yeah, that's what I was basically saying is that it's at Chicago, right? So it's there. What but uh so they're cuz the Giants are going there, right? Their defense is already trash. Um their run defense is already trash. There's the Giants stadium. It's not enclosed, but it's like one of those half closed stadiums, you know? I think for the Giants where like it's open, you know, up top and weather can still happen, but it's like for the fans on the edges or whatever. Um so they're still used to weather. Yeah, the lip on it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So they can be used to the weather. That is true, but their run defense is already trashed. Like look at that. Look at your look at the matchup on my screen on the run defense, the rushing defense of the Giants. Whether they're used to the good weather or not, their rushing defense is like one of the worst in the league. Like 100 like almost 200 yards a game, 150 yards a game rushing and 12 touchdowns, 1.3 touchdowns a game. That's a great matchup. That's a great matchup. All right. Let's see. All right, so we got Michael Penix and team, 20 seconds left. This is probably going into overtime, which is good because I gotta pee. I gotta use the bathroom, but it looks like they're taking the field right away. All right, so 21 seconds left. Atlanta does have 2 timeouts. Indianapolis tied it. All right, here we go. 26-yard line, shotgun formation. Here we go. Penix taking the snap, dropping back, looking, firing, hits his man, and he drops it. Darnell Mooney drops a wide open pass. What was that, bro? What is that? Oh my goodness, he just straight dropped that. No defender even on him. 2nd and 10. 15 seconds left. And he flings it, and ball is loose. It could be an intentional grounding, which could basically call the game to overtime. They haven't called nothing yet. Yup. Wait, Atlanta does have a timeout. They just said the game is over, but they had 2 timeouts. Everybody's off the field. So end of regulation. Looks like it's going to overtime. So BRB restroom. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. All right. All right. All right. So they are still figuring out the clock situation, it looks like. Right? Looks like everybody still thinks the Colts are going to win this, even though it's been close. So this is overtime now. This is overtime. Make sure to vote because we have an interesting one. Much love to y'all. Much love to y'all. All right, they're doing the coin toss. What a fantastic Europe game. This is great. This is fantastic. This is awesome. This is straight awesome. So it's the Colts ball to start overtime. It will be the Colts ball to start overtime after the coin toss. Maybe Jonathan Taylor could break free for another 80-yard touchdown. What does he have? He has 38.7 points. Holy smokes. Jonathan Taylor with 38.7 points in half PPR format. 26 attempts, 210 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 receptions for 42 yards. This man is crazy. This man is going crazy. All right. All right. We got a game. We got ourselves a game. We got a game. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Let me update this score. So Drake London caught one more pass for me to put up on the score. We got Joel. Here we go. All right. Let me know if you guys got any last questions. We got 20 minutes before the morning games are going. Is there any last starter sits? Who to start for this morning game? Who should be? There we go. The spotlight for the early games. Let me check. Let me check this out real quick. All right, we got Jaylen Waddle or Quinshon Judkins. Jaylen Waddle or Quinshon Judkins. Wait, Falcons won the top. Wait, they redid the flip? What just happened? A lot of confusion. I'm so confused. All right, so it was supposed to be Tyler. It was supposed to be. I keep saying Tyler Warren instead of the Colts. It was supposed to be the Colts ball, but they reflipped the coin during the break. And now they said on that Atlanta won the toss, and now Atlanta is on the field. And so Atlanta has the first possession, not the Colts. Not the Colts. So we got 30-yard line are the Falcons. Kyle Pitts in motion. 1st and 10. Handoff to Bijan. Going nowhere. Gain of about 1 or 2 yards. Gain of about 1 or 2 yards. So it's going to be second down. 2nd down and 9. All right. 2nd down and 9. Atlanta Falcons are getting the first drive here. in overtime. So we got Atlanta Falcons tied against the Colts in overtime. We're in shotgun formation. Michael Penix. 8 seconds on the shot clock or game clock, play clock. Dropping back. Firing. Terrible pass. Mooney not able to get to the ball. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. Falcons are 0 for 7 on third down conversions. Colts are 1 for 11. This is looking like it's going back to the Colts, and hopefully the Colts just run them over for George's sake. But 3rd and 9. Here we go for Penix. This is a good game. 25-25. Overtime game for this morning European slate. Here we go. Snap is down. Pressure's coming. Ball is up. And a flag is thrown in the secondary. What just happened? It looks like there might be a pass interference or illegal contact. Here we go. Automatic first down. Illegal contact. Wow. 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 Dude, Andrew, I agree, bro. That's exactly what I was saying. This is probably the best international game all year, right? This is crazy. This is super fun. Super fun. All right, here we go. Shotgun formation. Here we go. Handoff. And Tyler Algier tackled in the backcourt, going backwards. Negative couple yards. Andrew is right. This game is nuts. Many celebrations for a wonderful game this morning. Many celebrations. Can't be more thankful than how awesome this game has been. Much love to all of you and your fantasy teams. Make sure you guys drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. Here we go. 2nd and 12 is Atlanta. Here we go. 2nd and 12. 8 minutes, 30 seconds left in this overtime. Shotgun formation. Bijan next to Penix. 2nd and 12. Dropping back. Firing. And he's finding Mooney, but it's out of bounds. Penix, 3rd and 12. 3rd and 12. Here we go again. The Colts defense is playing extremely good right now. Except for that little oh, he had him. He was just slightly off. He was just slightly off. Here we go. Shotgun formation. 3rd and 12. Last chance on this set of downs. Here we go. Dropping back. And Penix gets sacked. Here comes the Colts. 4th down now. Here you go. Here we go. The Colts taking over here. Can the Colts win it? Look at everybody. Everybody thinks the Colts are going to win this game. Will this come true for y'all? Will this come true for everybody on this drive here? All they need is a field goal to win. So 4th and 25. Here comes the punt. 25-25. Punt is off. Short punt. Josh Downs. Not a good punt. They have pretty good field position. They're almost already at midfield. And it wasn't that he ran it back. It was just, here he goes. Josh Downs almost dropping it. Alec Pierce hasn't had a catch since the 2nd quarter. Do we get one more? Possibly. You might be right. But he has a touchdown. Right? Long touchdown. He already has a lot of points. Let's see what happens here. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Mega Brick, how are you? Happy Sunday. Wishing the best for you and your fantasy team. Wishing the best for you, Mega Brick. Much love as we watch this ending of this awesome Europe game in Berlin. Mega Brick says full PPR, sit one, Quinton Johnson, Olave, and DK Metcalf. Oh, geez, bro. That's a good choice of options to have. Let's see. This is a good problem, right? This is a good problem to have when you're choosing to sit one of these guys. So DK Metcalf is playing the Chargers, who have, oh wait, let me pull these up too, sorry. Tyler Warren with the catch. They're in field goal range now. They could win this right now. Let's bring this up real quick. Passing defenses. Here we go. So DK Metcalf is playing the Chargers. You got Quinton Johnston on the other side of the football playing the Steelers. And you got Olave playing the Panthers. All right. So when we look at the defenses here, right? When we look at these defenses, you know, if you look at the Steelers matchup, one of the better matchups, a lot of yards, 2,400 yards, so like almost 300 yards a game against the Steelers passing, 250 yards a game passing. It's a lot, they're giving up a lot, and 14 touchdowns, almost 2 touchdowns a game for the Steelers. So that matchup's pretty good. You look at the Chargers, 1,700 yards, 8 touchdowns. So they're not really giving away that many touchdowns, which was DK Metcalf's, upside. Giving up, a decent amount of yards, almost 200 yards a game. So, that's iffy. The Panthers are about middle of the pack. So that's that, right? In my opinion, it kind of depends on what you're looking for. You're also starting JSN and have Jamar Chase on bye, so you're starting Herbert. So I guess in this, like, are you projected to win by a lot, tie, or lose? Because I think in most situations I'm playing Chris Olave, right? Like, unless I'm way projected to lose, right? If you need absolute upside, I'm gonna lose by 40. Then I'm playing Quinton Johnson and DK Metcalf because they both have the highest upside, probably, right? Or better chance at catching the touchdowns and upsides, right? But if it's tied, roughly tied, and/or I'm gonna win, Olave probably has the best chance at receptions, right? So that's why in most situations I'm for sure playing Olave. Okay. The only reason I'm sitting Olave is if I was projected to lose by like 40, right? Because then the upside for the other guys. Most situations I'm playing Olave, so then it becomes down to Quinton Johnson versus DK Metcalf. For me, both of those matchups are, not bad, but DK Metcalf to me has a harder matchup. He has probably a better chance at target share, let's say, but if you're both chasing the touchdown, Quinton Johnson has a better chance to hit. So for me, I'm playing Olave and Quinton Johnson, knowing though that there is a little bit, of risk coming with Quinton Johnson, but there is a little bit of risk playing DK Metcalf as well, right? Oh, walk of touchdown for Jonathan Taylor, who gets the hat trick. This man has one of the best games of the season in Berlin. That was amazing, yo. This man. Oh my goodness. Jonathan Taylor just won weeks for some people. Holy smokes, by himself, scoring like 50 points in overtime. Wow. That was amazing. That is amazing. So Metcalf's let you down too hard. You have him on the bench. So that's fair. That's fair. That's basically the same conclusion I kind of came to in this analysis. Just because like Metcalf's upside is touchdowns, right? And if you look at the passing defenses that I have up here, the Chargers defense only allows 8 touchdowns. So that's less than a touchdown a game, or about a touchdown a game. So I'm okay sitting DK Metcalf. I hope that helps. Drop a like if you can. Mega Brick, much love to you. Andrew says projected to tie after this game. Sorry. Okay, so you're projected to tie after this game. We'll be projected to lose. Aaron Jones is in. Okay, so you're pretty much tied. Should I still flex him or go with Watson? You're projected to tie. Should you still go with him or Watson? I think wait, let me just double check. Aaron Jones and everybody is healthy, right? He is healthy. Okay, he's active. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I think Christian Watson, it's to me, the stat line you're basically looking at is like 2 or 3 catches for 60 yards, right? Does he fall into the end zone or not? Or he can, go 3 catches on the upside, 3 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown, right? There's way more upside there, but he could also have, 1 or 2 catches for 20 yards. It's possible, right? Aaron Jones, he's projected to get the bulk of the touches. If you are projected to tie and everything else looks very like the projections look very solid for your opponent and yourself, like it's not boom or bust, I would go Aaron Jones, right? But even if it's projected to tie, and I think some of my players are shaky and I might need some upside, that's the reason I would go for Watson. It's close. So if you don't trust it and you have something filling in your gut, go for it. Because I'm basically flipping a coin on this one, and it's just the 1% towards Aaron Jones. But I could just as easily be okay playing Watson. So it's like 51-49. It's very, very close to me. So just go with your gut, but I would play Jones. Geez, bro, you drafted Jacobs over Jonathan Taylor. I mean, Jacobs hasn't been bad, right? That's so hard to criticize yourself over, right? Now, if you drafted Brian Thomas Jr. over JT or something like that, then okay, right? But Jacobs hasn't been bad. A lot of how many JT was not drafted in the top 4 or 5, so you can argue everybody besides Christian McCaffrey was a terrible pick, right? But Jacobs is fine. He's been good. It's just obviously it would be nice to have JT, right? Obviously it'd be nice. All right. You're welcome, Mega Bricks. Hopefully that helps. Oh, start Jacksonville's defense, Chargers defense, or Chicago's defense. Jacksonville's defense. Jacksonville is playing the Chargers. I would not do that. Chargers are good. Chargers defense versus Jacksonville. I don't like that as well. Chicago's defense, or no, who was the last one? Wait, I'm looking at the wrong week. Sorry. I was like, these matchups don't sound right. Jags versus Texans. Okay, that's a good one. I would probably lean that one. Chargers defense is playing who? The Steelers. I would not play the Chargers defense for sure. The Steelers score points. Chicago's defense is terrible playing the Giants. I play the Jags defense because the Texans have their backup quarterback in, so I think that's the safest play there. Hopefully that helps you, Mega Bricks. I would play Jacksonville's defense. Hopefully that helps you. Let me know if or if not. Everybody drop a like if you can. Let's end this poll because you guys were right. The Colts won. The Colts won. The Colts won. Drop a like if you were right, or even if you were wrong. All right. So we got the Jacksonville defense from Mega Bricks. JT, George, you got it. You was right. You just got to run the ball 30 times with Jonathan Taylor, and that's how you're going to win the game. And this man will run 250 yards a game and score 3 touchdowns. Let's go, George. You got it. You got that W as a Colts fan, and you were absolutely right on the play calling. absolutely right on that one. Ezekiel, good day. How are you? Flex, Woody, Charbonnet, or Monungai? I'm going Monungai right there. I don't trust Woody Marks at all. Especially with backup quarterback and Charbonnet splitting touches, and so is Monungai. But it looks like the value of the touches are better for Monungai, so I'm going Monungai there. I hope that helps you, Ezekiel. Lock and load that. Let me know if or if not. Drop a like if you can. Much, much appreciated. Andrew says you're probably going to keep Jones in. You have Parker Washington. Oh, so you also have Parker Washington? Yeah, in that case, then you should play Jones. Otherwise, you're playing Parker Washington and Christian Watson, who are both potential busts, right? I only say that because Parker Washington has a tough defense, so you're taking the guaranteed touches is fine, is good in that sense. So I like that decision making, Andrew. Much love to you and your team. Hopefully that helps you. Leg ski, real quick. You traded Amon Ra. Wait, real quick. I don't know if this We Buy Homes is needed an answer right now because of things. So I'll switch back real quick to this trade question since it's not do or die right when the games are starting. Aaron Jones, Diggs, or Hendy. I'm leaning Diggs or Henderson. This is standard. So Diggs against the Bucks, I'll take that. Henderson against the Bucks has a harder run defense. I'm leaning Diggs in that for standard. But that was really quick. The kicker, bro, I have no idea. You're gonna have to take that one. I have terrible analysis when it comes to kickers. So I'm just, there's weather in the Giants game, the Santos game, be aware. I'm just gonna say Prater just because the Commanders defense is tough, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So choose the kicker based off of your best knowledge. Odunze or Devontae. I'm taking Devontae. Odunze has a terrible weather in that game. Devontae's been awesome, so don't sit Devontae. Hopefully that helps all of you. Much love. Drop likes if you can. Let me circle back to leg ski. But oh yeah, play Devontae, bro. Play Devontae over Odunze. That is leg ski as well. So you traded Amon Ra. Wait, whoa! How do you have such great wide receivers, my guy? You traded Amon Ra, JSN, and Jamar Chase for Jonathan Taylor, Puka Nacua, and Garrett Wilson. Is that a win? This is all dependent on what you need, right? This is all dependent on what you. Oh, it's a 6-player league. I was about to say, dude. I was like, holy smokes, that is. I was like, your league sucks at drafting. Okay, so 6-player league. So in a 6-player league, each position matters way, way more because everybody has great players, right? So what I mean by that is your, let's say your Jonathan Taylor, right? Versus another RB1 of, let's say a little bit lower, right? Of Javonte Williams, right? Like Jonathan Taylor matters so much more because even though you have both let's say RB1s, that upside matters so much more in a 6-person or 8-person team league. And then especially same thing for the other positions, right? Your quarterback and your tight end, same kind of concept. Okay. So it all depends on what you need here, right? And if you needed a running back, this is a win, right? Because Puka, you could basically, even out with Jamar Chase or JSN, let's say, and then Garrett Wilson is just a slight slip down from the other guy, right? And in the position, Taylor is up. So if you needed a running back, this is a fair trade. I would probably want the other side of the trade if it was a PPR league, but it's a fair trade, right? So if you needed a running back, it's totally fair and fine. You needed a good running back now, and you have a Rashee Rice. Okay, yeah, then totally it's a W, right? Again, these are all league dependent and situation dependent. So this is a great trade in that case because then you are rolling out Puka Nacua and Rashee Rice, who will hold their own basically against Jamar Chase and JSN, right? Roughly speaking. And then, you know, if you're plugging in now Jonathan Taylor versus whatever other running back you were playing, I'm imagining you were probably playing somebody a little bit lower on the pecking order, like a Chase Brown or somebody like that. And if you're upgrading to Jonathan Taylor, that's a win. 100% that's a win. Shout outs to that trade for you, my guy. Much celebrations for you and your team on that one. Much love shouted there. All right, guys, we got to switch everything over since this is now going to be the next spotlight and the next game. So whatever game is most important to us, you wasn't sure at first, which I think about the 49ers chances versus the Rams today. So I think it'll be a competitive game. It's at San Francisco, right? I think it'll be pretty competitive. I I think you know, I mean it could be a defensive slugfest, but I'm not sitting anybody on the Rams, and then you're not sitting Christian McCaffrey. One more chance with George Kittle type of thing, right? And then Jennings is coming on, so you're probably playing him. So I think it'll be a competitive game. I think it's worth playing the players, right? I think it's worth playing all the players um, in that game, and I'm not scared per se of a shootout, but I'm not banking on a shootout either, right? Or I'm not scared of a defensive slugfest, but I'm not banking on a shootout. So I see it's falling somewhere in the middle. A good solid game for most players. Maybe the Rams defense holds Christian McCaffrey and the running game down a little bit, so they have to pass to other players. That's a potential I see, but I foresee mostly good fantasy game scripts. Rams defense, who's been good on the year, might be the only one who I would potentially say hold off on, not being sure if the, what's it called? Not being sure if the Rams defense or San Francisco offense scores enough, right? That's a possibility. So that's the only potential sit I would say is the Rams defense. In that you wasn't sure at first what you think about the 49ers chance. Puka's going to probably go crazy against the Niners. Puka's going crazy against everybody, right? Puka is going crazy against everybody. So I see a good game for him too. I see a great game for him too. Much love. Drop a like, everybody, as we get these games started. I'll get the screen updated in a second. Manuel says, would I take Henry and Dowdle for Bijan? Yes. Yes. I mean, at this point, Dowdle's looking just as much usage as Bijan, right? And Henry has that upside of sneaking into RB1. So I think you're basically trading Bijan for. I know he was projected top 3. Recently, his use has been a little down. I do see that turning around a bit, but I would split that value of Bijan into those two guys just because like the value of Dowdle is not that much lower, I say, than Bijan. And then Henry is a solid RB1. And like Legski says, he has a great rest of season schedule. So 100%, Manuel, I would take Henry and Dowdle for Bijan. There's very few rosters to me where the opposite would make sense, very few rosters where I would trade Henry and Dowdle for Bijan. It's possible, but I think the Henry and Dowdle side wins in most cases. Drop a like, everybody. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. Much appreciated to all of you dropping questions, dropping likes. As we get the commentary here started in a bit, I am going to get the scores updated as I pull this up, and we need to update all of our spot players. So which game is going to be the most desired to watch? Which game is going to be the most desired to watch And who should we spotlight? Who should we spotlight? Let's see. Let's see. Which scores look the most interesting to me? Which game do I think is going to be the most interesting? Let's see it based on what people were asking too. I think we shall start with the Patriots Bucks as the spotlight, right? I think we got to go with Patriots Bucks. That's probably projected to be the best game. Looks like the Bucks scored. Looks like the Bucks scored. So touchdown. Oops. Touchdown for the Bucks. Touchdown for the Bucks. Ibuka. Legski says this is going to be a wild. It's another 6-man, but would I take Rashi, Steedy, Javante, and Puka and Bucky Irving for Amon-Ra, Jonathan Taylor, Kyron, Swift, and Pittman? Holy smokes, this is a complicated trade. This is a complicated trade. All right. So again, I think this is a need thing, right? On what, and again, it's all on the depth does not matter, right? As much as when you lock and load your rosters, right? Each position matters. And what I can say in the fairness of this trade is it's somewhat fair, right? But the side that takes Rashi, Steedy, and Puka win on the receivers, right? And then the other side wins on the running backs. So it's just like, what do you need, right? Am I shorter on running backs? Am I shorter on receivers? What the input I can put is Bucky Irving. I have him, but I am scared. I do not know when he's coming back. So I would not rely on that. Javante, I think, is a solid running back, but he's between the 1 to the 2. To me, he's the lowest between Jonathan Taylor, Kyron, right? So that's the lowest running back. But in terms of the order of the receivers, I would take Rashi, CD, and Puka over Amon-Ra or Pittman, right? So to me, it depends on what you need here. I think if all things were the same for the rest of the team, you have more to work with the Rashi, CD, and Puka. But again, like, it all depends on what you need. So I think it's a fair trade, right? I think it's a fair trade, but it kind of depends on what you need. Jonathan Taylor is the best probably player overall, right? But he still has to take his bye, I believe, doesn't he? So that is in the question. So to me, it just depends on what you need. If you want the receivers and the PPR and for what you have. I think it's a fair trade. I just don't know how to say if you win or not based on the rest of your roster and things like that. But it's a fair trade, Legski. It's a fair trade. Andrew says the Dolphins need to get Ewers in, or whatever his name is. Tua's so bad. What did Tua do? What did Tua do? But Tua is pretty bad. Tua is bad. Hickey Son says, give me the backs. They're scarcer. So Hickey said in his case, it's a 6-man. It's a 6-man league, right? So in the 6-man league, there's a little less what's the word? Uh Scarcity factor, right? Aaron Jones scores a touchdown. So Andrew, you're Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones, if you played him, it should have hit. Aaron Jones with the touchdown. There you go. There you go. Aaron Jones. Let's go, Andrew. Let's go, Andrew. So yeah, Hickey said in most situations you're right because the running backs are way more scarce. It's just in this specific league, it's only 6 teams. So, there's double the amount of running backs available. All right. I am way behind on these games. So I am gonna try to catch up on this. Let's make unless anybody objects, we're making the Bucks game, the Bucks Patriots game, the spotlight game right now. So we got the Bucks and team. Here we go. And Rico Dowdle scoring a touchdown. And that's what I mean on Rico Dowdle's value in that other trade, right? For Bijan. Like his usage here, it just shows that he's the man right now in that offense. So he has just as much value. So I would take that Derrick Henry and Rico Dowdle side. I would take that, more times than not. Very few situations where I would want to take Bijan Robinson in that trade, but with how he's running, it's really looking like they're gonna use him. Let me see. All right, let's see. All right, so that's gonna be that game. Aaron Jones scoring the touchdown. Rico Dowdle. I don't think I have any of these guys' player cards created yet. I think not. Do I have his card? Do I have Rico Dowdle's card available? I do not. Sorry, guys, I don't have his card available. But that was a touchdown by Rico Dowdle, a touchdown by Aaron Jones. There we go. There we go. You need some from Jetta today, from Justin Jefferson. Okay, we'll be praying for you for that. I am not playing against Jefferson, so I could do that. Rico, he says, Rico ripping the touchdown. You have so much Dowdle in Dynasty, and it's glorious. Dude, Dowdle and George Pickens are going to make so much money this next year. They are going to make so much money. Think about it. These guys are forced into 1-year deals, basically, right? And they're like the best players in the league for the value of their positions. It's crazy. Dowdle's going to make so much money next year. And you're absolutely right. In a dynasty position, whoever's going to pay for him is gonna use him. So you are sitting in a nice place there. You are sitting in a great place. Shout out to those who took a shot on Rico Dowdle. That is so true. That is so true. That is much value there. All right. Let's see. Let's make this. Drop a like if y'all can. Who will win? Let's say Pats or Bucks. Start the poll. Who is going to win? The Pats or the Polls? Why is Jamar Gibbs sharing with Monty so many times? I think if we think about this from a football perspective, not a fantasy perspective, right? A football perspective. To me, I can kind of get it, right? I drafted Gibbs, so I'm in there. I think if you look on the duration of the year, if you're a coach, right? We all know if the Super Bowl is on the line, Jamar Gibbs, hands down, right? In the situation. But to get to the Super Bowl, you have to get to the Super Bowl, right? Which means you have to play like 20 something games, right? So I could see on the course of a year that coaches saying, you know, let's keep Jamar Gibbs fresh as we can for the entire course of the year, right? And how do we do that? We limit his touches by giving it to Monty. That's the reason I think they do it. And I think they also do it, right? Because like not only the touches, but Monty can run up the middle, which tires that defense out. So I could see, you know, kind of why they do it. Do we like it as fantasy owners? Absolutely not. Right. But in a football team where you know at the course of the year you're gonna want Jamar Gibbs in the playoffs, right? That's why I kind of see it. I don't like it either, but that's why I think they share him so much. Your friend dropped Rico Dowdle like 4 weeks ago, and you picked him up. Your friend, wow. Well, you got him just at the right time for that. Celebrations to you for your holding on there. That is a great pickup. All right. So, who is the spotlight for this morning session? Which person or player do we want to see here? All right. Let's put actually I'm going to put some pressure on Caleb Williams. I'm going to put some pressure on Caleb Williams here. Can he follow up? Can he follow up a Can he follow up that performance, or is he going to go back to his old ways of good game, bad game? I want to believe in him, even in this bad weather, to figure it out. I don't think he will, but hopefully he can. So that's what we'll do for the spotlight. All right. David Njoku scoring a touchdown. Who asked me to play David Njoku? And he got it. So whoever needed David Njoku ended up getting it. Whoever needed David Njoku just got the touchdown. Let me update the spotlight and I will do this. It's not Drake London anymore. My eyes are on Caleb Williams. Can he do it? David Njoku. Let's see. Do I have his player card? 2. I do not. But touchdown. Njoku. They just wiped off a Jacoby Myers touchdown for a false start, but that would have been crazy to see him go straight to the Jacksonville team and get it. I think they got it on a fumble recovery or something in this red zone. Lawrence firing in the end zone, and he's got his man, Parker Washington. I know some people were trying to play Parker Washington, so shout out to all of you who did against this difficult Houston defense. Shout out to those who play Parker Washington. So touchdowns for Parker Washington. Oh no, he doesn't get it. Or does he? Does he get the second foot? I don't know if he gets it. Does he tap it? So touchdowns for Parker Washington. If it holds up, and David Njoku. David Njoku. Touchdowns for Parker Washington and David Njoku. They're reviewing the one for Parker Washington, so we shall see. Tyler Show dodging 3rd and 12. And he finds Juwan Johnson for a big, 50-yard gain. So that's how they got to the goal line. Panthers are up 7-0 because Rico Dowdle scored the touchdown. 2nd and goal here for Tyler Show, running it himself into the butt of his own offensive lineman, going nowhere. 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal. So what we're looking at is Devon Achane team getting into the red zone. They're showing also a missed play for Zacchaeus, it looks like, in the end zone for the Chicago Bears. And we got 3rd and goal for the Saints here. All right, triple box. 1st down for Miami. Tyler Show rolling out. Fires. Does not find his man. And it looks like Odunze caught a pass to make it 1st and goal for the Bears. So Andrew says, give you that Parker touchdown. 1st and goal for Devon Achane team. All right, here we go. 1st and goal for Miami on the 9-yard line. Handoff. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. 2nd and goal. We got a field goal attempt for the Saints. Kick is up. Kick is good. The Saints get their field goal. And here we go. Red zone opportunity for the Bears. 1st and goal. Handoff. Kyle Monangai. No one can stop him. It looks like he gets to the end zone. Kyle Monangai. Touchdown. Those who asked if they should start Kyle Monangai, you guys got that touchdown right there. There you go. There you go. I told you, this New York defense is terrible, bro. All right. And we got a touchdown happening in Miami. Malik Washington. Touchdown from Tua to Malik Washington. Touchdown Tua to Malik Washington. All right. Lots of scoring happening here. So Malik Washington catching the touchdown. Kyle Monangai running all over that New York defense and catching a touchdown. All right. There you guys go. Opens it up. And here we go. Here we go. So Tua and team scoring the touchdown. Here, I think I have a Tua card, even though I know what's his name said to keep him out. Touchdown for Tua. Malik Washington. We got a field goal for the Ravens. And the Jets on a return find a hole. One man to beat. Oh no, do they take this back for the house? They take this back to the house. The Jets. Special teams defense. 99 yards for a return. What is going on, guys? This is a crazy start. I can't even keep up with all this. This is a crazy, crazy start. Crazy, crazy start. Crazy start. Hickey says, there goes Monangai. Let's go. Let's go. There goes your Monangai touchdown. Let's go. As an Achane owner, you dislike Tua. Why do you dislike him as an Achane owner, dude? He throws the ball to Achane like 1,000 times a game. He throws the ball to Achane 1,000 times a game. That's how Achane is so good. He gets like 5 receptions a game. You gotta like Tua for that. because Tua checks it down, and that's how he has so much value. All right, let's see. Let us see. All right. We got 2.38. 2.38. All right, download that. Let's get this off. Let's get this updated. All right. So people think the Bucks are going to win this. All right, let's see. Patriots versus Bucks has not updated. Make sure you get that in. He's thrown a million interceptions. That's true. I mean, what's his name? I'm not advocating at all. I'm not advocating at all for Tua being a quarterback. I'm just saying in terms of for a running back, a pass catching running back, somebody who always looks for the check down rather than the play is helpful for Achane. But you're right, he throws a lot of interceptions. Can the Vikings use Justin Jefferson? Well, they just used him in an interesting way. I don't know if you just saw it, but I believe he just threw a pass. I believe Justin Jefferson just threw a pass. Pretty funny. Pretty funny there. All right. Much love. Much love to you all. Woody Marks is hurt. Woody Marks is hurt and his right ankle's hurting. Oh no. Woody Marks is hurt. All right. Ain't no way he throwing passes. Ain't no way he throwing touchdowns. Achane owes his fantasy value to Tua's inefficiency. Yeah, something like that. Exactly, right? Because Achane doesn't give you 2,000 yards rushing, right? He gives you 1,000 yards receiving, essentially, in a year. All right, Jackson Dart. They're showing a sack. They are showing a sack for the Bears. The Bears sack Jackson Dart. Achane owes his family's value to it's Malik who's stealing from Malik is coming up, huh? Malik is coming up after that what's it called? After that injury to Darren Waller and what's that other guy's name? Tyreek Hill. All right, 3rd and 10, Drake May goes a pitch to Henderson. Open field. Here goes Henderson. Oh, he almost had the breakaway touchdown. There goes TreVeyon Henderson. People wanted to see TreVeyon Henderson take advantage while Ramondre Stevenson is out. And this is how TreVeyon Henderson makes his money in space. So that pitch, sideways pitch, got him some space, able to get the first down and a little bit more. All right. There you go. Much love to y'all. So 1st and 10, 35-yard line for the Patriots. Handoff. Henderson, nowhere to go up the middle. All right. A punt for the Browns. And he catches it. Flag. No way. Is there another run back for a touchdown again? Are you serious? Oh my goodness. 2 touchdown special teams. What? No way. They're holding things. They're saying he is. Is this going to get called back or what? What is the flag? The refs are talking, but if this stands, this is the second special teams play for the Jets. Holding team, kicking team, penalties decline. 2 touchdowns for the Jets on the defense. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. That is crazy. Their offense hasn't even played. Legski says, who's on my fantasy team? It is Jamar Gibbs, Bucky Irving, who got injured. Wait, let me just pull this up. Why am I trying to do this from memory? So I am hobbled with injuries all year, but trying to make the best of it. All right, so the 2 quarterbacks are Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. I got Jamar Gibbs, Quinshon Judkins, Drake London, Jaylen Waddle, George Kittle, Jalen Warren, Browns defense, DK Metcalf, Tetaroa McMillan, Rome Odunze, Jordan Mason, and then Bucky Irving on the team. So slightly injured, hobbling through right now, record 5-4. 5-4. I've lost 2 in a row. Last week, both the 2 weeks, the teams just went off. I had no chance. I didn't score well, but both times the teams went off and I had no chance. But I am hopeful to make playoffs. Hopefully Bucky gets healthy again. I made some bad decisions, if I'm being honest, but it's funny because one of the weeks, even with the bad decisions, the other team just went nuts, and I had no chance essentially. So 5-4, but not bad for Kittle and Bucky out. I would say for how I'm doing. Oh, and ball goes into the turf for the Saints in the end zone. Trying to dodge a safety there. Incomplete. They want a safety because they want intentional grounding in the end zone. But they don't get the call, so Panthers will be getting the ball. So yeah, could be doing better leg ski, but still could make playoffs. Hopeful. Decent team. Pretty decent team. Just need to do what I'm supposed to get there, right? To the playoffs. Jets have 3 yards on offense and 2 touchdowns. I know, it's crazy. That is so crazy. 2 touchdowns for the Jets. Jets defense. Who would have thought to start? Right? Who would have thought to start the Jets defense? All right. Thanks for all the questions. Hope you are all doing. Drop any thoughts below. 2nd and 5. Running Swift. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. 3rd down. All right. So 3rd and 4 for the Bears. You could see the snow and the wind falling through the air here. So no surprise that they're going heavy run with Manangai and Swift. Manangai getting the touchdown. Empty backfield. They're calling Swift back on 3rd and 4. 6 seconds left. Here we go. Zacchaeus can't hold on to it. turnover on 4th down. There you go. Well, not a turnover, but punt coming for the Bears. I should have said that. Punt coming for the Bears. All right. So showing Rachaad White. Showing Rachaad White. 3rd and 3 for the Bucs on their own 30-yard line. 1 touchdown, but nothing else going on in this game. And Baker getting sacked. Baker getting sacked. Baker getting sacked. Dang. That 3 people for the Bucs, 1 for the Pats. Wow. Everybody really likes the Bucs, huh? All right, so 3rd and 5 for Dillon Gabriel. Oh, and he got a first down. Jerry Jeudy. He actually caught a pass. Nice. All right. So I can't believe it. 2nd and 10. Jets are winning 14-7. Dillon Gabriel. Browns have a new play caller. And the Jets are just storming the Browns right now. 3rd down. Trying to trick play. Trying to do a trick play, but nothing there. Nothing there for the Browns. 3rd down and 18. I think they try to, how would I describe that? Like a trick screen play for, I think, Dylan Sampson, and they lost 8. So this is about to be another punt. We know Dillon Gabriel cannot throw more than 5 yards. So 3rd and 18. Here he goes, dropping back. Looking, firing, finding his man. He's got Fannin. He's like 2-3 yards short. 4th down. In the Giants game, they flash to the Giants game. Jackson Dart dropping back. He's firing. And Slayton, a 31-yard catch with 1 arm, dude. Wow. Wow, what a catch. What a catch. 3rd down, and he makes the catch with 1 arm. That was nice. Patriots, 1st and 10. Here you go. Play action. Firing. Finding his man. Kyle Williams for a touchdown. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Everybody asked, Stefon Diggs. Or should I play Douglas? And it goes to Kyle Williams for 72 yards. Dude, what? Football is so unpredictable. Football is so unpredictable. You have a vacuum of targets, extra targets out there with Quinshon Judkins out. And it goes to the 3rd string receiver, Kyle Williams. Awesome. Very, very awesome. Drake May just fires to the open man. Where is this? Where is this? That is hilarious. That is Drake May for the touchdown. That is hilarious. That is so funny. That is so funny. You can never predict nothing in football. This is why you love football. I know, right, Lexi? I know. That's exactly right. You play the random wide receiver in a prayer in a deep league, Kyle Williams, and you catch a 70-yard touchdown when all your guys are on bye, or vice versa. Your opponent has, and you're like, oh, I'm for sure gonna win this week. He's he's playing a bench player. Boom, 20 points. That is so funny. So funny. All right. That is so crazy. So they're showing now McCarthy taking the field. Up 7-3. Third down for JJ McCarthy and team. 3rd and 8. I know somebody's waiting on Justin Jefferson to hit. Marching towards the red zone and a flag. Brock Bowers dropped 43 on you. Yeah, he went nuts, dude. And you lost by 4 points. Right. And then if you would have played him this week, you would have won. Right? It's so funny how that all works. 2nd and 11 for Miami. Play action. Tua going deep. Who is he hitting? Touchdown, Jaylen Waddle. A flag is thrown, though. A flag is thrown, though. Pass interference defense. The touchdown stands for Jaylen Waddle. We got Tua throwing a touchdown to Jaylen Waddle. He heard us talking smack. Tua heard us talking smack that he is not an elite quarterback. And this man is torching the Bills. He is torching the Bills. There you go. Touchdown, Jaylen Waddle. Man, one arm all draped all over him. Let's go, Jaylen Waddle. There I go. I needed that. I needed that touchdown. There we go. Oh, man. Oh, man. But Lakeski, don't worry. That week that you had played against Brock Bowers for 43, that's the week I left Drake London on my bench because I thought he was injured. So, very happy. All right, we got Darius Slayton with another catch. So, I was wrong here, guys. I was wrong here. I didn't think there would be this much passing in this Giants-Bears game. So, this goes to show you that sometimes weather is the wrong call. Darius Slayton with like 70 yards or some crazy amount. 2nd and 2 for Jackson Dart and team on the goal line. And they hand it off. I don't think they get anywhere. I think it's going to be 3rd down. It was 2nd and 2. It's going to be 3rd and short. Maybe a Jackson Dart sneak here. RIP to teams who played Brock Bowers last week. All right, here we go. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. The line, a lot of movement on the line. Dart taking the snap, faking the pitch, going for it himself, and running into the end zone. Jackson Dart with the touchdown. Keeping it himself. Here we go. Jackson Dart for the touchdown. Rushing touchdown. Getting the points. There you go. All right, I got to update that Patriots score. All right, they're showing Trevor Lawrence getting sacked and fumbling it. Jacksonville recovered it. Okay. Jacksonville recovered it. All right, we got 3rd and 2 in Baker Mayfield. No good. No good. All right. All right, they're showing Justin Fields getting a rush. The Jets have 13 net yards and 14 points. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. All right, so a lot of action in this first quarter of football. A lot of action. This is awesome. Josh Allen is down 2 touchdowns. Who would have thought? Who would have thought Josh Allen and the Bills would be losing 13-0 to the Dolphins? Tua definitely heard us talking smack and was like, watch me win this game while you guys talking smack. That's what Tua said. He said, watch me win this game. But we got a tie game in our feature game of the series. The Patriots and the Bucks are still tied. Tied 7-7. So hopefully something cool happens there. All right, so we got, let me update this score here. All right, that's updated. Lamar Jackson and team are down 3-10 against the Vikings. Everybody's got these must-win games right now. Who knew Tyler Algier would be the number 5 running back so far with 2 touchdowns? That's so bad for Bijan Robinson. Everybody got to be super frustrated with drafting Bijan and Tyler Algier getting the 2 touchdowns today. All right. Shotgun formation, Lamar Jackson, 2nd and 8. Handoff, Derrick Henry. Gain of maybe 4. All right. So we had some good action happening in this early segment. Got a few touchdowns. The Jets being the funniest one, scoring twice with their special teams. Who would have thought that? My eyes are like this watching the Jets score twice with that. All right, 3rd and 5. Here we go for JJ McCarthy. Oh no, sorry. Lamar Jackson. Jackson's pass was deflected and it's going to go back to the Vikings. 3rd and 7 for the Saints on their own 38. Show going deep. Man fell down and he's got it. Walk-in touchdown. Chris Olave. Who asked if they should play Chris Olave this week? You, whoever did, if you did, you got him. You got a touchdown. You got a 60-yard touchdown from Chris Olave. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Touchdown, Chris Olave. Let's go. All right. Big plays. We love big plays. All right. They're showing Caleb Williams dropping back, firing, hitting his man. Rome Odunze for 27 yards. All right. 27-yard catch for Odunze. 66 yards for Rome Odunze. Caleb Williams rolling, firing to the end zone. Oh, just over Odunze's head in the end zone. That was close. All right, so 2nd and 10 for the Bears. 2nd and 10 for the Bears. And it just barely went over Odunze's head in the end zone. 2nd and 10, 38-yard line. Man in motion. Handoff. Manungai, nowhere to go. Gain of maybe 1 or 2. 3rd and 10 for the Dolphins. They flashed to the Dolphins game here. And we got 3rd and 10 on their own 23-yard line. I know where to really go here. Tua flipping it He got Achane slipping a tackle and short of a first down. 3rd and 8 for the Bears here. They got to convert. They killed the play. 3rd and 8. Caleb looking, firing. Incomplete. Incomplete. All right. So Houston is down 10-0, getting sacked is Mills, so that Jags defense looking like a fantastic play right now. Going to the Patriots, 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3, balls tipped, nothing there. Nothing there. 3.66. All right. So we're looking for Jacksonville to do something on this punt return. And he shook somebody, and he might take it back. And he got the distance. Touchdown. Jacksonville special teams. Parker Washington. So for those who played Parker Washington, do you get a second touchdown? I don't know if you guys get points for special teams or not, but there you go. Parker Washington. Wow. Torching these guys. Wow. Parker Washington torching the best defense, one of the best pass defenses, the Houston Texans. Wow. This is going crazy. This is going crazy. Shout outs to all you guys and your teams. Wow. All right. Wow. Oh, wow. This has been exciting. This has been very, very exciting. So, false start on J.J. McCarthy and team brings them back. Rico Dowdle running through everybody. 3rd and 3 for the Panthers. Looking, Bryce Young looking. Firing too high for Tedero and McMillan. Over his head. Bryce Young. Off of his hands. Tech could have caught that. So, turnover there for the Carolina Panthers. They're going to have to punt it. 2nd and 15 for the Vikings. Aaron Jones has the touchdown here. So 10-3. Vikings over Baltimore. They are dropping back. Firing. McCarthy finding his man. Gain of about 8 or 9 maybe. It's going to be 3rd down. The Bills are showing Dalton Kincaid a 20-yard catch. So the Bills are down 13-0. Aaron Jones picking up a block for J.J. McCarthy so that he could make the completion. It's going to be 3rd and 6 for the Vikings. 3rd and 6. McCarthy going for it deep. And it's intercepted. Ha ha! Interception for J.J. McCarthy. Oh my goodness. There you go, Baltimore's defense. Interception. Ill-advised. Throw for Justin Jefferson. looking to hit Justin Jefferson, but instead interception. There you go. All right. And then they flash into the Bills game on the 45-yard line. Josh Allen dropping back, firing over the middle, and he's got Dalton Kincaid again for 17 yards. So Bills 2nd and 9 against Miami. Dropped sideways pass. It's going to be 3rd down. They're looking for Shakir. 3rd and 9. Darius Slayton again. Wow, Darius Slayton getting his. I was wrong about the passing in that game. I was definitely wrong on that one. All right, 3rd and 9 for the Bills. 3rd and 9. Shotgun formation. And about a yard short. They're showing the Bucs on 2nd and 10. Baker Mayton finding Cade Otton for a 1st down. They're marching towards midfield. Buffalo's 4th and short. Going for it. And the snap is called. Mike McDaniel calling his final timeout of the 1st half. Right before that, Baker Mayfield play action, dropping back, firing, finding his man, Ibuka for 31 yards. All right, 1st and 10 on the 20 for the Tampa. Firing to Rashad White, nowhere to go. Loss of maybe 1. 1 yard, 2 yards, loss of 2. Fourth and 1. Movement. Neutral zone infraction on the Dolphins, 1st down. So that timeout that Mike McDaniels called ended up costing them not only the timeout, but the 1st down. All right. They're showing a 1st and goal for Houston. First and goal for Houston. They ran it. All right, 1st and 10 for the Bills. Pitch back to James Cook. Find some space. Oh, and he fumbled it. Miami, did they recover it? No way. No way. Fumble. James Cook. James Cook with the fumble. Wow. Wow. Field goal coming up for the Bucs. 3rd and goal coming up for Houston. Fumble by James Cook, turning the ball over. All right, here we go. Field goal good. Field goal good for the Bucs. Incomplete for Nico Collins. 4th and goal for Houston. Wow. Just wow. Crazy stuff just happened. The Bills were just marching it down. Hand it off to James Cook, who looked like he was about to get like a 9-yard gain, and the ball was punched out the last second. Miami recovers it and wipes away that scoring opportunity for the Bills. The Bucks score a field goal. Now Houston is kicking a field goal. So field goal is good for Houston. Wow. Jackson Dart. Oh, big hit on Jackson Dart on his head. Roughing the passer call. Gave him the first down. 3rd and 11, and Jackson Dart runs for it again. Wow. Jackson Dart is taking way too much contact. How does this man not have a concussion? This guy's getting hit in the head so hard every other play right now. Holy smokes. That is so dangerous how hard he's running. But all right, so the Bucks are up 7-10. Now we got Jackson Dart in team. 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3 in the close to the red zone, the 21-yard line. 3rd and 3. Here we go. Short. 4th and 1. 4th and 1. Derrick Henry running through people, getting the first down, 13-yard rush. Derrick Henry doing good. All right. Here we go. This is a very, very 4th and 1. Jackson Dart and team. They decided not to take the field goal. They're going to go for it. Dart's throwing it. Incomplete. They call it incomplete for Jackson Dart and team. They went for it on 4th and 1. They had it in the hands of their receiver, but he couldn't come down with it. Couldn't hold it through the ground. It looked like a touchdown for half a second. Wow. All right. So the Ravens are in the red zone now. 2nd and 12 on the 20-yard line. Baltimore taking the snap. Jackson dropping back, firing. Zay Flowers gets about 8, maybe 9, maybe 10 on 2nd and 12. Miami Dolphins. They're going deep again. Jaylen Waddle. They hit Jaylen Waddle for 25 yards. Dolphins are up 13-0. Jaylen Waddle. All right. And we got Justin Fields and the Jets looking for it on play action. And he threw a interception. That is interception. There you go. Cleveland Browns taking over close to the red zone. And we have Bryce Young eating a sack by Cam Jordan. 1st and 10 for the Browns, 22-yard line. Fake the handoff, going for it deep. And Jerry Jeudy catches the touchdown. Wow, I did not expect Jerry Jeudy to play well today, but he caught a touchdown. So I was wrong on Jerry Jeudy. I was wrong. Jerry Jeudy catching a touchdown. Jerry Jeudy catching the touchdown. Wow. There you go. Jerry Jeudy catching the touchdown after a Justin Fields interception. So Miami, we're showing Miami again. You got a handoff. Jalen Wright getting a first down. Jalen Wright. Physical football, shaking a couple tackles, getting some extra yards, pushing up against Miami. Now has it in field goal range. Tua hitting Devon Achane. Achane getting some yards. So the Dolphins, after a James Cook fumble, have brought it back close to the red zone here. So here we go. Handoff, nowhere to go. All right, they're showing the Patriots dropping back. Drake May firing, hitting Stefon Diggs for 19 yards. They're showing the Bears with DeAndre Swift. And there it goes, Swift for 25 yards. DeAndre Swift with 25 yards. 2nd and 14 for the Dolphins after going backwards a few yards on the Jalen Wright handoff. Man in motion. Dropping back is Tua. Nowhere to go. Pass is batting down. So it's 4th down and 3 for Lamar Jackson. Going for it on the 10-yard line in the green zone. 4th and 3. Letting the play clock die down. Maybe they're trying to draw him off sides. Timeout is called, though. Baltimore's first timeout. 3rd and 14 for Tua and team. They're up 13-0, so you would imagine they're going to play conservative and go for the field goal here. Yep, Miami just ran it. Of course, field goal. 2nd and 7 for Drake May. And he's got Mac Hollins for the first down. All right. And we're setting up a field goal, 4th and 3 for Baltimore. They are down 10-3. Only a minute 14 left in the half. So here we go, 4th and 3 for the Baltimore Ravens. Looks like they're going to just kick the field goal here and move on with the points, 4th and 3. Snap is off. Kick is up. And kick is good. So 10-6, Baltimore scores. And after a conservative 3rd down for Miami, they are also kicking a field goal here. 46 yards. And this kick is up. And this kick is good. Field goal for Miami. 3rd and 5 for Chicago at midfield. Williams looking, finding his man. DeAndre Swift. Short, though. Going for it on 4th and 2. And it's Swift again, and he dodges a tackle to get a first down. He should have got stood up in the backyard or in the backfield. But again, the Giants run defense is so terrible that two guys tackled each other instead of Swift. All right, we got Douglas going for a first down. Drake May and team marching in the red zone here. So I know this is the featured game of the day. Everybody wants a great game between the Patriots and the Bucks. So Patriots here in the red zone. Let's see what they can do. Drake May going for it with his own legs, nowhere to go. Taken out at the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be second down. New York Jets showing Breece Hall going for 22 yards. Breece Hall, 22 yards. First down. First down. 2nd and 7. This is crazy. This is crazy. So we got the Jets, who only have one first down, are tied 14-14. Second first down here for the Jets. All right, 1st and 10 for the Jets, marching towards the red zone. Marching towards the red zone are the New York Jets. Marching towards the red zone. So here we go. 32-yard line are the Jets, 1st and 10. Trying to set up a screen. 2 yards, maybe. Not much there. Not much there. J.J. McCarthy's got 1 minute, 11 seconds. 1 minute, 11 seconds for J.J. McCarthy to try to maybe get a field goal or set something up for his team. Dropping back. Firing. Short pass to Addison. Good for about 4 yards, maybe. 5 yards, 2nd and 5 here. Not in field goal range yet for the Vikings. Dropping back, firing. Incomplete. Incomplete. 3rd down and 5 for the Vikings. And we got the Patriots. 2nd and 11 for the Patriots. 15-yard line. Here we go. Drake May firing, finds his man, lets the screens develop. It looks like Hunter Henry is going to be about a yard short of the first down. 3rd and 5 for J.J. McCarthy. Taking the snap, dropping back, shaking a sack, looking, firing, throws it away. Nothing there. Nothing there. All right, so J.J. McCarthy and team are going to have to punt that. J.J. McCarthy and team will have to punt. It looks like the Patriots and the Jets have a chance to score, both in the red zone, both within the 10. Henderson, did he get in? He's down inside of the 1. Jets coming. Handoff to Brees. Nothing there. Henderson was half a yard short of a touchdown. Everybody wants Travion Henderson to get this rushing touchdown. Everybody's been begging for it. He was drafted in like the 4th round of most fantasy leagues. So everybody wants some production. They kind of got some last week. But here's his best opportunity. It's 1st and goal on the half-yard line. Let's hope they pass it. They hand it off to Travion Henderson instead of run it. Quarterback keep with Drake May. Here we go. Justin Fields looking, and he's sacked. 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal for the Jets. All right, 1st and goal. Here we go. Is it Travion Henderson time? Oh, my God. And they tried to quarterback sneak it or something, and nothing there. Oh, he purposely goes down to not lose yards and control the clock. Justin Fields going for it himself on 3rd and goal. Nowhere. All right. 2nd and goal for the Patriots. It's Henderson and nothing there. 3rd and goal. Nothing there for Travion Henderson. Bucs run defense is great. They knew exactly what to look for on this one. All right, 4th and goal for the Jets. Field goal is good for the Jets. Field goal is good for the Jets. All right. 3rd and goal. So he calls a timeout with 1 second on the play clock. All right, man, this is crazy. They're giving a red alert on 4th and 4 for the Bears. Turnover. They're showing the Bills. So Bears turn it over on downs. Allen's getting sacked. Dang, the Dolphins held in the Bills to 0 points. The Dolphins, shocking. And you got a field goal that is good from the Jaguars. 3rd and goal for the Patriots. They don't say he got there. 4th and goal. They said Travion Henderson did not get there. No, it looks like he got there. We'll see. It really does look like Travion Henderson got there. They marked him short. All right. Well, Lamar Jackson and team brought it back to the red zone in less than a minute, but Jackson gets sacked. Oh, and they're going to throw a flag. They are calling a roughing the passer. Wow. That is a Lamar Jackson bailout for sure there. 4th and goal for the Patriots. Drake May looking, firing. Stefon Diggs touchdown. Stefon Diggs touchdown from Drake May. Drake May, touchdown. Stefon Diggs. Bam. Wow. Stefon Diggs catching the touchdown. Stefon Diggs having a great game. All right. We got Jackson Dart in the end zone here. All right. Field goal for Baltimore. Field goal is good. Field goal is good for the Ravens. Field goal is good. Zay Flowers is the one who brought them there. 2nd and 10 for Jackson Dart. 1 timeout firing. And it was almost intercepted. It was almost intercepted on 2nd down. Now it's 3rd down and 10 for the Giants. The Giants almost turned it over. Jackson Dart almost threw an interception. Luckily, the receiver was paying attention and punched it out because it was an interception until it was punched out. So, Nico Collins and team are marching on the door of the red zone as well, of the green zone. So, Jackson Dart, 3rd and 10, dropping back. Looking for the end zone. No good. It's going to be 4th down. They're going to kick a field goal. All right. So here we go. Jackson Dart in team. All right. Here we go. Giants kicking a field goal here. 4th and 10. Kick is up. Kick is good. Giants are leading 10-7 at this half. Wow. All right. Josh Allen is taking the field. 38 seconds left. So Allen looking for Kincaid. Could not connect. Could not connect. 3rd down and 6 for Buffalo. Oh man, slipped right off the hands of Kincaid. There's a bit of rain, bit of wetness. 3rd down and 6. 3rd down and 6. Final play of the first half for the Bills. So there you go. Who would have thought Miami would be leading 16-0 against the Bills after the first half? All right. They are winning 16-0. Miami over the Bills. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Who would have thought Dolphins leading Bills 16-0 at half? All right, here we go. 2-minute warning drill. Houston Texans trying to score before the half on a delay. Woody Marks trying to get to the goal. He did not. It's going to be about a yard short. So here we go. Texans, 2nd and goal. 16-0. Dolphins leading the Bills. That's crazy. 2nd and goal here. Man in motion. Pitch backwards. Woody Marks gets there. Touchdown. Woody Marks. Touchdown, Woody Marks. For Houston. Celebrations. All right. Break time. BRB. Bathroom. Drop anything in chat while I'm gone. All right. All right, back now. All right. Third and 14. Third and 14. for Justin Fields and the Jets. Dropping back. And he's sacked. He gets sacked, son. Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett's having a season, dude. He's got so many sacks, yo. Their defensive line brings so much pressure that he has one-on-one opportunities all the time. And he's just so good, you know, Myles Garrett. All right. Shout outs to those of you who had a good first half into this morning. So 4th and 21. 4th and 21 for the Jets. Have to punt this. All right. And the Browns catching the ball, giving their team one more chance maybe to score a field goal or something. They're down 14-17 are the Cleveland Browns. 46 seconds remaining. We got Houston down 10-20 against the Jags. The Jags are on the field looking to try to get to a field goal. Trevor Lawrence dropping back, and he is sacked. Major sack done by the Houston Texans. Major sack. All right. 1st and 10 for the Browns. Empty backfield for Dillon Gabriel. He fires. No good. Looking for Jerry Jeudy. 2nd and 18 for Jacksonville. 30 seconds left. Jacksonville. Lawrence running, firing, finds his man. And he's got the first down. Washington is having a fantastic game, especially against a awesome defense of the Houston Texans. All right, here we go. We got 2nd and 10 for the Browns. Dillon Gabriel firing. Finds his man. Gets out of bounds. Is Harold Fannin Jr. That's going to be right there. All right, 3rd and 1 for the Jags. They got it with Lawrence. First down. First down. All right, first down for the Browns, too. Dillon Gabriel firing, finding his man. Jerry Jeudy getting the first down. 27 seconds left. So the last timeout by Cleveland. 27 seconds left. All right, here we go. Here we go. What is going on? They are trying to get another field goal. The Jags are. They're at midfield. 1st and 10. 17 seconds left. 2 timeouts. Here we go. Shotgun formation. Snap is off. Lawrence dropping back. Looking. Firing. And it's picked off. No way. Derek Stingley is so good at football, bro. Stingley Jr. interception. What a pick, yo. This man worth his money. Worth his money. He just extends his arm one-handed in front of the receiver and just picks it off, yo. What a G. Look at that. That was amazing. Oh my goodness. Wow. My face like this after seeing that Stingley interception. Jeez, dude. Much love to him on that one. That was crazy. That was major crazy. All right, here we go. Dylan Sampson looking for the end zone. No good. Looking for Cedric Tillman. 3rd down and 10. Oh my goodness, the Jets have 0 interceptions. Wow. Here we go. Empty backfield, Dylan Gabriel. Looking, and he's sacked. They cannot spike it. It's 4th down. They may not get the kickoff. They're set. They get it off. And the kick is good. The kick is good. What an amazing recovery by the kicker and the special teams team. Tying up the game. Tying up the game. Wow, that was fantastic. What a play. What a play. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Oh, shoot. I forgot to update the Patriots score, huh? Is that Travion Henderson? Let's go, bro. Everybody's been waiting for you to pop off. There you go. Travion Henderson with the breakaway touchdown. Everybody's been waiting for this. Everybody has been waiting for this. Travion Henderson taking the breakaway touchdown. Everybody knows this man is fantastic at football. He just did not have the opportunity. He has the opportunity today, and he made it happen. Running touchdown, finds the gap, and takes it to the house. Travion Henderson. Let's go. Let's go. That was amazing. That got me hyped right there. Let's go. Travion Henderson with the touchdown. Amazing. Amazing. Let's go. Patriots are winning 21-10. I know everybody wanted the Bucs to win, but it's looking like the Patriots right now. It is definitely looking like the Patriots. All right. All right, so Aaron Jones with some room, gain about 5. All right, that was exciting. Travion Henderson. Henderson breakaway touchdown. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right. What an exciting way to start the second half. What an exciting way to start the second half. All right. Major celebrations for that Travion Henderson. As long as I'm not playing against him, right? As long as I'm not playing against him. All right. Showing Addison with a play. 3rd and 1. It's going to be 3rd and 1 for Minnesota at the 50-yard line. 3rd and 1. Fakes the handoff, play action, looking deep. He's going for it all. And he gets intercepted, bro. What just happened? What was that? Oh, man. He was trying to hit Justin Jefferson, I think. Oh, and Justin Jefferson falls down, stepping on. Oh, my goodness. Intercepted. J.J. McCarthy. Intercepted. All right, here we go. Here we go. 1st and 10. Baker Mayfield after the Travion Henderson touchdown. Him and team got to try to make their work back. They got a Buka on the 1st down, gain about 7. We got the Saints up by 3 against the Panthers. Tyler Shough, 3rd and 7, dropping back. Gets out on the side. There's a flag on the play. Could be a hold on the offense. We're not sure. Let's see what it is. Holding on the offense. Of course. Of course it is. Oh, man. All right. Well, that wipes the 1st down away from the Saints. Oh, man. All right. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. All right. Dang, man. That's tough. All right, here we go. Short of the 1st down. The Saints almost got the 1st down, but could not come up with it. So, no good there. Baker Mayfield looking for his favorite target, Ibuka, not able to throw a good pass. Pressure was in his face. 2nd and 10 on his own 40-yard line. So here we go. 2nd and 10. And Tucker held up in the backfield. It's going to be 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 11. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go on the great New England rush defense. Travion Henderson with the breakaway touchdown, but don't forget, guys, he capitalized on this opportunity without Ramondre Stevenson, so good job, Travion Henderson, on that one. Good job. 3rd and 11 for Baker Mayfield. Empty backfield. Calling Rashad White back. 12 minutes left in this 3rd quarter. Baker Mayfield taking the snap, dropping back. Going for it all. And pass incomplete. No good. No good. It's going to have to be a punt back to the Patriots. Will have to be a punt back to the Patriots. Got an open man, just couldn't connect. Everybody's got the Bucs still winning this game. You got Jackson Dart and team taking back the field again. They're up 10-7. Tyrone Tracy finding some open field. And they have a 1st down. Hopefully the Giants can score here, man. I really want to see Caleb Williams and team pressured rather than having the lead. So Jackson Dart taking it himself, and he's going to get to the end zone. Jackson Dart with 2 rushing touchdowns. Dude, it is amazing what this guy is doing right now with literally nobody on his team. You know, Neighbors injured, Scatterboot injured, and now we got Jackson Dart with a touchdown, rushing touchdown. Oh, man, what a run. Great job. Great job. I want to see the Bears have to play from behind. I want to see the Bears have to play from behind. Nobody would have thought that the Giants would be winning. Most offensive touchdowns by a Giants rookie. Jackson Dart brings 17 touchdowns for the season. Wow. Wow. Good job, Jackson Dart. Shout out to you. Let's get some celebrations going for you in the chat, man. I got to tip my hat to you. You got 2 rushing touchdowns right now. Amazing. And we got Lamar Jackson marching on the red zone, finding his man Ravens now in the green zone within the 5-yard line. First and goal is Baltimore. They are now second and goal. We are live. We are live. Let's see what Baltimore could do here. They are down 9-10. Looking like they're about to score a touchdown here. Let's see what Minnesota's defense can do. But I imagine so here. We got Lamar Jackson under center. Faking the handoff. Looking for the pass. Dodging. Scrambling. Throws it away. It's going to be third and goal. It is going to be third and goal, Lamar Jackson. Third and goal. Oh, man. Good red zone defense there by the Vikings. Nobody was open. And Lamar Jackson had to scramble. Nothing there. Third and goal. Here we go. Third and goal for the... Third and goal here for the Ravens. Shotgun. Jackson looking. Nothing there. Nothing there. Firing. Throws it away. He's taking a field goal. Vikings defense holds him to a field goal. All right, 3rd and 16 for the Bills. Bills are down 16-0. Josh Allen scrambling all over the place. And he found his man. That's hilarious. Josh Allen ran it around on the field for like friggin' 20 seconds. It was crazy how long he scrambled for. And he got his man for a first down. Wow. Curtis Samuel. First down for Josh Allen. And now we got field goal attempt for Baltimore. And the field goal attempt is up. And it's good. It is good. So there you go. Baltimore taking the lead here. Celebrations. Here we go. 3rd down and 8 for Drake May and team. Up 21-10. Up 21-10. Here we go. Here we go. 3rd down and 8 on their own 33-yard line. Drake May and team taking the snap. Looking. Firing. Almost picked off. Almost picked off looking for Hunter Henry. 3rd down and 5 for Josh Allen. Staying in the pocket. Firing. Hitting his man. There is a flag in the secondary. So, penalties against Miami. And we got holding on the defense. Penalties decline. First down. First down. All right, so here it looks like the Bills have a very good chance to score here. Now they're marching towards the red zone. Remember, guys, there was a huge turnover by James Cook at the end of the first half. He fumbled it on his own on like the 15 or 10-yard line in the red zone. And it looks like Kincaid pulled a hamstring or something. So here we go. On the 35-yard line, handing off to Cook, finding a hole, sneaking around, staying on his feet, and getting a first down. And a little bit more. Rush for about 12 yards. Caleb Williams getting out of a quarterback sack on his feet, and he gets a first down on his feet. Almost sacked, and he ends up getting the first down. Wow. All right. First down. First down for James Cook and the Bills on the 19-yard line. Hands off to Cook. Not much there. Gain of about 2 or 3. It'll be second down. Showing the Carolina Panthers, who are down 7-10. And here it goes. Bryce Young looking, firing. Finally finding Tedero and McMillan for 26 yards. That is the number one option over there. Getting the first down. All right, now we got here we go. 16-yard line for Josh Allen looking. He's going to run it himself. He's got the first down. It'll be first and goal at around the 7-yard line for Josh Allen and the Bills. Nice. The Ravens kicked off to the Vikings. Oh, he fumbled it. Fumble on the Vikings. And the Ravens recover it. Wow. So here comes Jackson in his own red zone too. Marching on the red zone after that kickoff punt muff by the Vikings. Jackson running for it himself and going down. Gain of maybe 5. Josh Allen and team second and goal here. They are down 16-0. They've taken a mighty nice drive, first drive of this half. Here we go. On the 5-yard line are the Bills. Josh Allen under center, second and goal. Takes the snap. Looking. Allen surveying, looking. Finds Ray Davis. Gain of maybe 1 yard or none. Jax Allen. Lamar Jackson running it himself. Ends up short of the first down. All right. Here we go. Josh Allen and team. This is a huge third down for them. Third and goal. They're down 0-16. You imagine this may be 4-down territory, depending on what they do here. Clear Shakir in motion. Shotgun formation. Dropping back. Allen looking for the end zone. And he intercepted. No way. Josh Allen throws an interception. Wow. So James Cook fumbles it in the red zone. Josh Allen throws it away in the red zone. Miami is up 16-0 against the Bills. This would be the craziest upset ever. Wow. That is crazy. They're showing Caleb Williams failing again. Oh, they're showing a blocked punt. Or blocked field goal, sorry. Saints recover they block the field goal on the Panthers and recover it. Showing Justin Fields and team. Third down. And sacked again is Justin Fields. And Jacoby Myers almost had a breakaway touchdown, but he fell out of bounds. All right, Jacoby Myers getting that work way more than he was getting on Vegas. And just remember, Jacoby Myers was traded to Jacksonville. And I guess the last gift that the Raiders gave Jacoby Myers is choosing if he wanted to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers or Jacksonville, and he went to Jacksonville. All right. So Tampa Bay is down 21-10, but they have the ball right now, marching down the field. So we got interesting things going on here. The Ravens are able to potentially take a large lead after a bad fumble by Minnesota special teams. 3rd and 1, Lamar Jackson is running it himself for the first down. First down for Lamar Jackson. So Lamar Jackson received a pitch from Mark Andrews to get the first down. All right. So first down for the Ravens. Jackson firing off the hands of his receiver. No good. Looks like was going for Rashad Bateman. No good. It's going to be 2nd and 10. All right. The Giants are leading 17-7 against the Bears. And we got Wan'Dale Robinson with the 15-yard gain. We got the Bears looking sorry against these Giants. Trevor Lawrence finding Travis Etienne. First down. Marching towards the red zone. All right. You got 2nd and 10 for Lamar Jackson on the 11-yard line. And takes the snap. Fires. Finds his man. Rashad Bateman. Does he get the touchdown? They're saying he's just short. They are saying he is just short. It's going to be 1st and goal on like the half-yard line for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. All right, here it goes. Quick play. And Justice Hill for the touchdown. Touchdown, Justice Hill. That makes everybody super happy, right? Because everybody who has Lamar Jackson does not get the points. Everybody who has Derrick Henry on the half-yard line does not get the points. Wow. That helps nobody. Now, Ravens are up 18-10. Ravens are up 18-10 now. Wow. Jackson, Dart, and team doing work against the Bears. Lamar Jackson and team doing work against the Vikings. The Panthers. Oh, late penalty against New Orleans, and it let Carolina keep the ball. That blocked punt does not stand. That does not stand. So the penalty against the Saints gave Carolina the first down after a blocked field goal. And so Carolina keeps getting to march the ball right now towards the red zone, 3rd and 4. Here we go. Pass is caught by Teteroa McMillan. First down. First down. Here it goes. Here it goes. Carolina marching in. Down 7-10. Down 7-10. All right, Carolina. 1st and 10. 15-yard line. Ball's fumbled. And the Saints are on it. Oh my goodness. Fumble on Carolina. Saints recover it. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Turn over Carolina to the Saints. Wow. Wow, what a play and rule for oh my goodness. That makes no sense. So the Carolina Panthers kick a field goal. It gets blocked, but the block goes past the line of scrimmage and then it hit a Saint. So then technically they're calling that a live ball, and since Carolina recovered it, it was technically a fumble or turnover by the Saints, even though they're the ones that blocked it. So that's kind of a backwards rule, but it is what it is, I guess. It is what it is. They're showing Jackson Dart with 5 minutes left in the third quarter, 2nd and 6 within uh red zone. Oh, but he fumbled it. Wow, Jackson Dart fumbled it, and Chicago recovered it. So Dart was running it himself, and it came out. Bears got so lucky there. They were basically in the red zone, were the Giants, and Jackson Dart fumbles it. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, another kickoff by the Vikings, and he's got to return it. Hopefully, he doesn't fumble it again. He fumbled it again? What happened? Jesus. Wow. The ball goes on the ground. Same person fumbled it twice. Okay, the Vikings came away with it. They got so lucky there. So lucky. So lucky. So Vikings have the football. False start. Man, the Vikings look terrible. Vikings look so bad. False start by the Vikings. Baltimore's up 19-10. All right, and we got 2nd and goal for Baker Mayfield and team. This is good. They're on the 10-yard line. 2nd and goal. Baker taking the snap, firing. Oh, off Abuka, but slightly off. 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal. Great receiver. That's a drop by Abuka. He should have been able to catch that. All right, 3rd and goal for the Bucks. 3rd and goal. Here we go. 10-yard line. 3rd and goal. Here it goes. Baker looking. No one home. Fires. And he's caught. Touchdown. Tez Johnson. Touchdown. Let's go. Baker Mayfield. Tez Johnson for the touchdown. Let's go. All right, that makes the game more competitive. That makes the game more competitive now. All right, got to update that score. All right. Flag on the play. They went for it on 4th down, JJ McCarthy and team, and there's a flag on the play. They're saying there's a flag on this play. What is going on? It is very hard to tell. It is very, very hard to tell what is going on. There's flag going down. Just trying to make sense of what's going on here. All right. So flag on Adam Thielen. That's who it was. So 15 yards at it after. They called Adam Thielen for a blindside block. Wow. All right. That is what it is. That is what it is. All right. So there's Lamar Jackson almost picked off on the first pass after that. No good. Failed 2-point attempt by the Bucks. Wow. So Loveland catching a 20-yard pass after the turnover by Jackson Dart. Chicago close to. Oh, flag down. Looks like pass interference on the Giants. Yep. So hopefully Caleb and team can do something here. Make the game more competitive because the Giants should not be leading this game, but they are because Chicago is playing bad football. So we'll see what happens here. We shall see what happens here. We got Baker, or not Baker, Caleb and team. Here you go, 1st and goal, shotgun, looking for the pass, fires, finds his man. Who's that, Cole Kmet? Yeah, Cole Kmet for a few yards. All right. There you go. Fourth and 1. Alvin Kamara going for it, getting it. Here we go. 2nd and goal for the Bears. Hand off to Swift. Nothing there. It'll be 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal. All right. Baltimore tried a 56-yard field goal. They missed. 3rd and goal for Caleb on the 4-yard line. No one home there. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. They got to take the field goal here. Jeez, this is awful. That they're trying to hit Odunze, but shoot, nothing home, you know? Nothing there. All right. So this is looking pretty ugly. Pretty ugly. 6.82 points for Caleb. You know, how are they not punching anything home against? Here goes field goal for Chicago, down 17-10. They're not punching nothing home. All right. So the Bills are here we go. So the Bills are making it happen, hopefully, to make it more competitive. Allen is the only one without points right now, and he's trying to score against in the 4th quarter. Here goes Josh Allen in the 4th quarter, taking a shot, and he's got it, and he's got the touchdown. Touchdown, Josh Allen. Keon Coleman. Who would have thought Keon Coleman, after doing nothing for game after game after game, catches the touchdown that's in need? I was wrong on Keon Coleman. I didn't think he would catch a touchdown today, but he did. So Josh Allen for the touchdown. There you go. There you go. All right. Well. Buffalo trying the 2-point conversion. It says they don't get it. Drake May finding Mac Hollins for a first down. Stream Health says it's not good no more. Hopefully this fixed it. 3rd and 10 for Drake May. Just short. About 4th and 5. Gets about 5 on the scramble. We got all right. It's saying oh no, is Travion Henderson hurt? They're saying Travion Henderson is hurt. Travion Henderson's leg got rolled over on. Ouch. Ouch. All right, here we go. 4th and 5. They're going for it here. Not sure why they're going for it, but they are. Maybe they're trying to draw him off sides or something. Here it goes. Drake May, 4th and 5. Firing. And it's no good. It's no good. It's going to be a turnover on downs. It's going to be a turnover on downs. No good for Patriots on 4th down. All right, here it goes. 2nd and 15. 2nd and 15 for JJ McCarthy. Down 19-10. Trying for the end zone. It was not there. It was not there. 3rd down and 15. 3rd down and 15. Oh, man. Fourth down. All right, 3rd down and 15 for JJ McCarthy. Here we go. Looking, surveying, going for it all. Going for Jefferson. 4th and 15. No flag. Nothing there. No flag. Two guys holding each other. The fans obviously wanted a PI or a hold or something, but they're both holding each other, so nothing there. Nothing there. All right, so 43-yard field goal attempt for the Vikings. And the kick is good. Kick is good for the Vikings. Kick is good. All right. So we got some close games here. We're all entering the witching hour here. We are all entering the witching hour. Everybody wants the Bucks to win, they said. Bucks are taking the field. Everybody is entering the 4th quarter. We got to see who's going to win these games. Losses becomes wins, wins becomes losses. Much love to all of y'all. Much love for all of y'all. The Jets have the ball. First and 10 for the Jets. Tied 17-17. Breece Hall gets them a first down. Here it goes. Across midfield, 46-yard line. Handing off Breece Hall. Hall gets a few yards. Here we go. Tied 17-17. Are the Jets and the Browns. 2 special teams touchdowns for the Jets. That's how they got their points. We got 2nd and 6 now for the Jets. 2nd and 6. Here we go. Shotgun formation for Justin Fields. Here it goes. Handoff again. Hall gets another 4. Should be 3rd and 2 or something. All right. They're showing also 9 minutes left in the Miami game. Up 10. So Tua taking the snap, dropping back, going deep. And he turns it over. Oh, man. All right. So Hall gets their team a first down. There's a flag in the Buffalo game. So interception if it stands. Interception on Tua. Interception on Tua from if it stands. If it stands. It should. It's a flag. They're sorting things out. Illegal blindside block. So Buffalo will maintain possession of the football here after that interception. So that interception does stand. That interception does stand. We got Carolina down 10-7. Bryce Young, and he throws an interception too. Jeez, bro. Bryce Young is so bad, dude. What does he see? My goodness. Looking for Tetero and McMillan, I guess, but Bryce Young just literally threw that to the wrong team. All right, here comes the Bucks, 2nd and 10, midfield. Down 16-21. Baker looking, finding Tucker, tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Russell Wilson quarterbacking right now. And Devin Singletary, a 41-yard run. Let's go. Jackson Dart is hurt. Going into the locker room is Jackson Dart. Dart is being evaluated for a concussion. Wow. In the red zone is Russell Wilson. Handing off. Big hole. Gets all 10 he needs for a first down. It's going to be 1st and goal for the Giants, who are up 17-10. All right, here it goes. Baker for 3rd and 12, firing. And he hits Cade on for 9, but short of the first down. But they will probably be going for it. It's decision, 1st and goal for the Giants. First down, Cade Otton, it looks like. Singletary making it to the 1-yard line. 2nd and goal for the Giants. There's a flag. Pass interference offense that wipes off the play. Replay 4th down. Offensive pass interference on Sterling Shepard, it looks like. All right, we got 2nd and goal. Singletary nowhere to go. 3rd and goal. Injury for the Bucks. The Saints are now marching on the red zone after an interception by Bryce Young. So Tyler Show looking for it. And he found his man. Juwan Johnson gets a touchdown. Touchdown. Saints. Juwan Johnson. Wow. Wow. Russell Wilson down to the 1. What is going on right now? These games are so crazy. So the Saints score a touchdown with Juwan Johnson. Russell Wilson looking to pass, then tries to run for it himself and gets stopped at maybe the 1 or the 2-yard line. So 4th down and goal for the Giants. They're going to kick a field goal. And we got Breece Hall breaking free. Breece Hall getting a touchdown. Let's go. 42 yards for Breece Hall. Holy smokes. Wow. What is going on? Is this real life? Justin Fields finding Breece Hall for a touchdown. So Justin Fields hits Breece Hall. Everybody blitzed. There's no help. And Breece Hall gets a couple good blocks and gets the touchdown. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was amazing. All right, 4th and goal for the Giants. And field goal is good. Field goal is good, but there is a flag. $20-10. Wait. We're 12 men on the field. Penalties declined. They take the field goal good. So the field goal is good. Field goal is good. Okay. Josh Allen, quarterback sneak, but he fumbles it. What is going on? Josh Allen. No way. He fumbles it again, Josh Allen. They were in tush push formation trying to get a first down. They get the first down, and as he's stumbling forward, the defenders just rip the ball out of him. Oh man, that sucks. All right, here comes Jacksonville. Travis Etienne touchdown. Travis Etienne. Do I have him? Oh, I do. Travis Etienne rushing touchdown. There you go. There you go. 3rd down for Baltimore. 19-13. They are up. They are up 19-13. Here we go. Here you go. 3rd down. Timeout. All right, here we go. Jaguars trying it for 2 points. Lawrence looking and just throws it away. Just throws it away. 3rd and 2 for Baltimore. Up 6 points. Here we go. Lamar Jackson. 3rd and 2. Up 19-13. On the 9-yard line. On the 9-yard line. 3rd and 2. Shotgun formation. Jackson keeping it himself. And he's got plenty of room. Oh, he gets the first down. He gets the first down within the 2-yard line. This is looking like Derrick Henry territory. Derrick Henry territory. I thought Jackson was going to get a touchdown, but He got hit, and now we're down at the 2. So here we go. First and goal for the Ravens. First and goal for the Ravens. Here we go. Jackson looking. It's caught. Mark Andrews for the touchdown. Touchdown, Mark Andrews from Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson throwing to Mark Andrews. Touchdown. Up 25-13. Oh, man. All right. We're pulling away. They're pulling away. Are the Baltimore Ravens. They are pulling away. All right. So we got let's see. Jackson finds his man, Rashad Bateman, for the 2 points. Wow. Achane breaking free. Achane getting a touchdown. No way. No way. 59-yard touchdown for Achane. 59-yard touchdown for Achane. What is going on here? Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Where's Miami at? Devon Achane for the 59-yard touchdown, breaking free of everybody. Holy smokes. Devon Achane getting the touchdown. Wow. Holy smokes. Wow. Red alert. Dolphins with the touchdown. 4th and 3 for Chicago, who are down 10. Caleb Williams scrambling. Incomplete. All right, the Giants are about to beat the Bears. Holy smokes. 4th and 2 for Bryce Young. No good there. 4th and 1 for the Browns. Dylan Gabriel getting sacked. All right, all the 4th down conversions going nowhere. Going nowhere on those drives. All right. That is it. Holy smokes. The Bucks are down by 5, 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9 here. 25-yard line. Here comes Baker. 3rd and 9. Looking, finding the man. Nowhere to go. Sterling Shepard, nowhere to go. 4th down. Here comes the punt of the Bucks. All right, 4th and 8 for the Bucks. All right, punt is off for the Bucks. 41-yard line. Bad punt. They are showing the Saints 3rd and 6. Tyler Shuck finding Chris Olave for 14 yards. Back shoulder, one-hand catch. That's crazy. That is crazy. Chris Olave, toe tap swag. Wow, the Saints looking like they're going to win this. Miami looking like they're going to beat the Buffalo Bills. Justin Fields and team is winning as well. Can they get their second win against Cleveland? The Jets says win probability 92% for the Jets. Holy smokes. All right, here you go. Red zone opportunity, 20-yard line for the Jets. Here it goes. Pitch back to Breece Hall. Way sacked deep. Dropped backwards. Dropped backwards. 3rd down and long for the Jets. False start being called for Minnesota, down 14 points. That's a tough one to come back from too. They need 2 touchdowns, the Vikings. 1st and 15. All right, McCarthy trying to fire up the middle. Nothing there, but there's a flag. Looks like that's going to be called some type of pass interference or hold or illegal contact on the defense. Pass interference, 1st down for TJ Hawkinson to get his. All right. So we're going to Drake May. Getting hit hard. Baker Mayfield and team 3rd and 14 are the Patriots. Baker Mayfield's hoping for a chance to win this. 3rd and 14 for Drake May. Shotgun formation. Dropping back. Firing deep. And he's got a man open. 1st down, Mac Hollins. Wow, Drake May, deep balls, all on target. Look at that. That just might have won it for New England. Wow. Wow. Let's go. Let's go. 1st and goal for the Patriots after that long, deep pass by May. Fakes the handoff. Rolling. Takes a big hit. 2 flags down on the play. Late hit. Drake May and team. Late hit. The 1st foul. We're not sure. So here it goes. What is the flag call? Are they both on the defense or are they one each? Late hit. Drake May got hit late. So one of them is for sure against Tampa. We got to see what the second one is going to be. Holding defense, both of them. All right. Automatic 1st down for the Patriots. They pick up the late hit because he was still in bounds. So that was a fair hit. That was a fair hit. So Drake May and team first down here. All right, first and goal. First and goal here. First and goal from the 3. Here we go. Man in motion. They're handing it off to Johnson. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Kick is up. Kick is good for the Jets. Kick is good. What's up, Andrew? Mac Hollins, 9 targets and 10. 0% rostered. Yeah, because don't forget, Quinshon Booty's out, right? Quinshon Booty is out, so there's what's it called? Vacate of targets and a position, right? I don't think this is something to chase. Maybe if you have an empty bench spot, but I think it was just dynamics, right? Bucks are terrible against the pass. Quinshon Booty's out. I think it was kind of a game script that it just randomly went to Mac Hollins versus, extra targets to Diggs or Douglas or something like that. It was just, Drake May throws to the open man. So I think that was game script. 4th and 3 for the Vikings, down 2 scores, 27-13. 4th and 3, looking, firing, wide off, no good. 3rd and goal, Drake May looking, no one home, looking, firing, intercepted. That was the worst thing that could have happened. That was a terrible play by Drake May. He should have thrown that away because he could take the field goal. But end zone interception. Now the Bucks get it back. That was the worst thing Drake May could have done as a game manager here. Interception in the end zone. He was looking for too much. He got too greedy. Not good there. Not good there. Interception. All right, 3rd and 5 for Josh Allen with 4 minutes left. Just trying to salvage something, I guess. Very low chance to win here. But just trying to salvage some type of day. Shakir gets the first down. Late flag. All right. Flag here. Judon from Miami is result of the play's first down. Ooh, offensive unnecessary roughness. So they get the first down, but they get backed up 15 yards. Dylan Gabriel looking, running it himself. 18-yard pickup. Drive continues. Dylan Gabriel runs it again himself. All right. So they're back to the 35-yard line, are the Bills, after that unnecessary roughness. And Allen is sacked. Wow. The Dolphins are looking like a playoff team. 3rd and 10 are Houston in the red zone. Fires, and he's got it. Touchdown for Houston. They go for it on 2 and they get it. So Jacksonville still winning by 2 possessions, 11 points after the 2-point conversion. Haunting on the defense of Miami, so that brings it back. Wow. Not disciplined. Dillon Gabriel running it himself again. What? That was a terrible call. Terrible call for excess celebration. That was not much. All right, here goes Dillon Gabriel looking, firing. No good. It's a drop. All right. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are triple boxed. Drop. Tucker from the Bucks getting the first down. Josh Allen scrambling, throwing on the run, and he's got somebody. He's got a touchdown. So Josh Allen finally gets a touchdown. Josh Allen, touchdown. Josh Allen, touchdown. To Haas, the backup tight end. All right, here we go. Everybody bet on the Bucks. Everybody bet on the Bucks. Here's their chance to take the lead. Incomplete on 1st and 10. They're marching towards the red zone. But Baker Mayfield and team need to score a touchdown here. They are down by 5. Oh, and just off the tips. No good. 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 for the Bucks. 2nd and 10. On the 34-yard line, 2nd and 10. Here comes Baker, shotgun, pass, complete. Gains about 7. It's going to be about 3rd and 3. And then the Browns are scheduling for a field goal on 3rd and 4. Field goal is good. 20-27. The Jets are up. So the Browns and the Jets have all their timeouts. So 2 minutes and 57 seconds left. Chicago Bears, only 4 minutes left. Trying to get some type of scoring going. Caleb Williams looking for it with his own feet. And he sees some room. And he almost gets the touchdown. Caleb Williams, 29-yard rush. He almost ran it into the end zone. All right, Bills are down 10. 3 minutes, 36 seconds left. Let's see if they try to onside kick this. Ray Davis was the onside kick. And I don't know what the heck that was, but here comes the Dolphins. There's a flag. It didn't go 10 yards, so there's probably a penalty on that. 1st and goal for Caleb Williams looking, firing, finding his man, Rome Odunze. There you go. Chicago with the touchdown. Jackson Dart is out in concussion protocol. All right. Here we go. Here we go. So touchdown. Oh, man. All right, let's see if they could bring it. Extra point. And it's good. 3-point game. 3-point game. All right. JJ McCarthy, Jordan Addison connect. All right, 16.36 for Caleb Williams after that. So Caleb Williams salvages a decent game. You know, it's not good by any chance after that drive. All right. 3rd and 3 for Baker Mayfield and team. Let's see. Let us see. Wow. All right. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know what to think here, yo. This is a crazy game at this ending. 4th and 3. This is it for the Bucs, guys. This is it. I mean, they got 3 more timeouts, but come on, this is their opportunity here. 4th and 3 inside the 30. Dropping back. Baker looking, and he's sacked. And the ball came out, but nothing there. Patriots defense take over. Bucs have 3 timeouts, but a first down will end it here. A first down will end it. Wow. Much love to y'all. I know you guys wanted the Bucs to win, but it looks like the Patriots are going to take this. They still have a chance, though. It is not completely over. It is not completely over, but it is close. Here we go. 3rd and 8 for the Tua team. A pitch. And Devon Achane is scoring another touchdown. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Devon Achane. That's hilarious. A pitch to Achane. He gets the touchdown. And the Bills have lost. The Bills have lost to Miami. Devon Achane scoring the touchdown. Devon Achane scoring the touchdown here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Achane going crazy at the end of this game. Crazy football that's happening here. Andrew says your name is Django Achane. Well, you got Achane right here. The Bears, 3rd and 7, trying to hold New York. And here comes Russell Wilson getting sacked. And the Bears take over. The Bears take over. Here we go. 4th down coming for the Giants. They're going to have to punt it. Jackson Dart getting hurt in concussion protocol, making it tough. 4th and 10. JJ McCarthy looking for something. Throwing it. And he's got it. Naylor coming down with it. What is going on? This is amazing. This is amazing. Ends to the game. Andrew gets his Achane touchdown in order for him to have a great game, Devon Achane. We got 2nd and 9 happening for the New England Patriots looking for something. And TreVeyon Henderson gets the edge. And he's got it. And he's got the... Oh, my goodness. TreVeyon Henderson with 2 touchdowns this game. Everybody who was looking for TreVeyon Henderson, touchdown. There you go. Everybody who was waiting for TreVeyon Henderson. He has his breakout game. TreVeyon Henderson puts it out of touch for Baker Mayfield and team. Celebrations to TreVeyon Henderson, who almost got tackled in the backfield, but ends up breaking free and has 2 touchdowns now. Let's go. Let's go. Much love here 3rd and goal for the Vikings. Everybody wants Justin Jefferson. Let's see if he can get something here. Looking, firing. Nothing home. Nothing home. Wow. 4th down and goal. 4th down and goal. 3rd and 16 for... All right. Penalty markers. His knee. A penalty against the Browns? What just happened? False start on the Vikings. Defensive holding against the Browns. So it does get the 1st down. Wow. Wow. Defensive holding for the Browns takes them out of it. 4th and goal from the 10. Here we go. Here we go. McCarthy, and he's got his man, Naylor, and he's got his feet in, and he's got a touchdown. Touchdown for the Vikings. Naylor. Wow. Let's go, Minnesota. Scoring a touchdown. J.J. McCarthy to Naylor on 4th down. And he's got it. About what's Hickey's son, you said about time they run outside. Been playing him like a 200-pound back. I know, right? Everybody wanted Travion Henderson to be able to get that space on the edge, and he finally gets it, and he delivers. Does he deliver or what today? Dalton Schultz catching a 7-yard touchdown. Touchdown to Dalton Schultz. Those who were asking to start him, you got him. 2-point attempt going for the Vikings. Looking for Jefferson. No good. I don't know why they didn't just kick the extra point here. Doesn't really make sense to me, but okay. And here you go. 7 minutes left for intercepted on a 2-point conversion. Nothing there. So 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3, and the Jets go nowhere. 4th down. So they'll be punting, and the Browns will take over with just slightly less than what's it called? Slightly less than a minute left. Here we go. They either got him or it's a false start. Neutral zone infraction. The game is over. The Jets have beat Cleveland. The Jets have won. The Jets won. Wow. Terrible. 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 Wow. All right. Caleb looking. Firing. Finding his man. The Bears. Luther Burden, 27-yard catch. 2 minutes left in this game. They are in field goal range to tie this. They can win with they can take the lead with the touchdown. You imagine they're just going to run it a bunch. Swift. All right. So we got a minute 54 left for the Bears. The Giants are now taking their timeouts, trying to preserve the clock. They are down 20-17. Drop Tillman for Naylor or Hollins. I think Tillman is droppable. I don't trust those options of Naylor or Hollins. All of them, you're flipping a coin, right? On who you're playing. So if you're gonna drop them, Hollins is on the best offense. So that's that. But also check out for buys because I think New England hasn't done their buy yet. 2nd and 8. Fake. And Williams is going to run for it himself. He's got it. And he's got the touchdown. Let's go. Let's go. Touchdown, Caleb Williams. Touchdown, Caleb Williams. Running it himself. And he just owns my spotlight analysis on him because I was doubting Caleb Williams scoring well in this weather, but he does it. He does it. So there we go. Caleb Williams having a great game. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Caleb Williams coming through. Doing it with his feet. 25.2 points. And let's go. The Chicago Bears take over. That might win it for them. Baker Mayfield's not going anywhere. He has another touchdown to Theo Johnson. Wow. Wow. What is going on here, guys? Touchdown to Theo Johnson. Wow, wow, wow. Where is that? Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield for the touchdown. Wow. Baker Mayfield throwing the touchdown in the last minute. Guys, this has been a crazy day of football. So many unspoken things. Buffalo losing to Miami. That is one for the books, yo. That is one for the books. Giants looking like they're about to win, but then Jackson Dart gets hurt, right? But that's kind of expected with how he plays, that he had to go into concussion protocol. He never slides. He always goes for that extra yard, and it looks like he got hit in the head this game, and they just had to call it, you know? They just had to call it. They just had to do that. And Diggs gets hit hard, but he holds the football. And the Patriots will take over and be able to win this game. Wow, so everybody wanted the Bucs to win. Everybody wanted the Bucs to win on our poll, but it's end up going to be the Patriots. So this poll gets ended because they can just take victory formation here. We got 3rd and 4 for Jacksonville. Ball is tipped, so the Texans can take over here. Jacksonville's punting it away. Uh-oh. The Texans are slightly coming through here. We shall see. We shall see. Six minutes left in this game. 6 minutes left in this game. And we got the Houston Texans here. All right. This is crazy. This is crazy. Triple box because Seattle and Arizona are taking the field. The Giants are trying to make something happen with Russell Wilson. Nothing there for the Giants. Nothing there for the Giants. All right, so Russell Wilson and team, 1 minute left in this game, down 4. They cannot settle a 4 field goal. They have to go for the touchdown. 54 seconds left. Letting a lot of clock go off. Russell Wilson looking like he's going to get sacked, and he throws the ball away. All right, 3rd and 10. Here we go. 3rd and 10 also for the Houston Texans. Down by 5. Mills looking. Finding his man. Dalton Schultz for the first down. All right, Jackson Dart out with the concussion. So we got 3rd and 10 for Russell Wilson. He's 3 and 5. Shotgun formation. Taking the snap. Firing. Off the hands of his man. 4th and 10. That was Wan'Dale Robinson they were looking for. That ball should be caught. Outside, hits off of his hands. Wan'Dale Robinson not being able to hold on to that. Oh man, this is crazy. This is so exciting. 4th and 10 for the Giants. 4th and 10 for the Giants. Here you go. This is the game right here. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Dropping back. Firing. Ball is tipped. The Bears take over on downs. And the Bears found a way to win this. Celebrations to the Bears. Wow. Oh my goodness. All right. They could take victory formation now, the Bears. But you got 4th and 4 for Baltimore. So J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings are down 8, but they can tie it up. All right, so we got 4th and 4 for the Baltimore Ravens. They're going to have to kick this off here, I think. Minnesota's getting the football back. Minute 50 left. All right. 2nd and 5 for Houston, who can also as well. All right. Midfield. First down. First down for Houston. All right, first down, Minnesota. Down 8, trying to come back against these Baltimore Ravens. All right, and we got Houston trying to make something happen against the Jaguars. 2 minutes, 42 seconds left in that game. First down, Chubb. First down, Chubb. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, 1st and 10 for J.J. McCarthy. Firing too high. Looking for Jefferson. Incomplete. 1st and 10, 38-yard line for Houston. Running the football again. Another opening for Chubb. Gets about 8. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Nick Chubb and team. J.J. McCarthy and team down 8. Minute 39 left. All right. Here we go. 2nd and 10. Here it goes. Dropping back. J.J. McCarthy looking. Running for the first down. He's got it and more. And he got it. 35-yard line-ish. First down. First down and more. So coming off. Here it goes. Here it goes. Dropping back. J.J. McCarthy. Looking, firing, finding his man. Hawkinson for a gain of about 3. Not much there. No timeouts. Minute left in this game. Minute left in this game are the Vikings looking to make something happen here. Second down and 6. 53 seconds left. Here it goes. Looking, firing. Nothing there. Naylor, the intended receiver. Nothing there. Seattle, Arizona update. They're showing Seattle with the ball. Sam Darnold going for it. Jackson Smith and Jigba with the touchdown. Dude, this man is on fire. This is insane, the season he's having. That is crazy. All right, so Seattle takes the lead. Touchdown. Sam Darnold to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Crazy. Is JSN going to finish as number 1 receiver? Man, that might be. It really might be. All right. Here we go. 3rd and 6. J.J. McCarthy. All right, McCarthy looking for it himself. And it was 3rd and 11, and he's brought it back to about 4th and 4. He's got to go for it. He's got to go for it. Fourth down and 4. We got a whistle. Timeout used by Baltimore. 4th and 4. 2nd and 3 for the Houston Texans, trying to get it to the red zone. Incomplete. 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3. Here it goes. 3rd and 3 for the Texans. It was very good defense. Very, very good defense to keep it out of the receiver's hands. 3rd and 3. Here we go. 3rd and 3. And we got 4th and 4 for the Vikings. So there's only 21 seconds left in the Vikings game. 4th and 4. They're down 8, so they need the touchdown and the conversion. 4th down and 4. All right. Rushing just 3. McCarthy looking. Incomplete to Aaron Jones. Turnover on downs. Baltimore with the win. Baltimore with the win there. They'll take a knee and they'll just win it. 3rd and 3 for Houston. Here we go. It's Woody Marks getting the first down. So less than 2 minutes left here. First down for the Houston Texans. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Much love to you guys. Much, much love. 1st and 10. Here it goes. Houston. Oh, looking for the end zone. There's a flag. Pass interference on the Jaguars, it looks like. No way. Houston could win this. Houston could win this. What's up, Lucius? How are you? Would I go Debo or DK Metcalf point PPR. That's a tough one. Because DK is so hit or miss, but so is Debo recently, right? With the Commanders playing the Lions, the Packers playing the Eagles. Oh, sorry, Steelers playing the Chargers. The matchup here, let's bring up the matchup. The matchup does, I think, lean in favor to the let me double check. To the because the Lions, right? Look, they give away on the best matchup side 16 touchdowns and 1,700 yards. So they give up almost 2 touchdowns a game, right? And almost 200 yards a game. So that's a better matchup than if you look, let's see, at the Chargers. They give up about the same amount of yards, but half the amount of touchdowns. All right. So I think the matchup is better for Debo. However, you look at the quarterbacks, right? And Pittsburgh's offense seems a little better, you know. Commanders kind of look like they're in shambles right now, right? So I think it's close, right? It's just, do you trust Mariota to get Debo the ball? I personally, if I look at things, it's not like either one has better targets or receptions over the games. So it's just, do you think Debo is gonna, be able to do something against Detroit's defense? I'm okay taking that because it feels safer, right? But DK, touchdown machine. Can he do it against the Chargers? That's the question. I think I'm trying to talk myself into Debo here. I think I'm talking myself into Debo, but DK can catch the touchdown. I'm leaning Debo just based off of matchup. And hopefully Mariota can hold it together, but Metcalf can score a touchdown at any point. So I know I'm hedging my bet a little bit here, but I'm more likely to play Debo, I would say. But if you just have a feel, like, this is a coin flip, 51-49, right? If you just have a feeling for DK Metcalf, go with it. I've been burned by him recently, so I'm just not confident in Metcalf. So I'm going Debo, but it's close. Hopefully that helped you. Let me know if or if not. I'm wishing you much luck and love. If you could drop a like. Much appreciated. Thanks for the encouragement. Best of luck with your matchup as well. Hopefully Debo catches you a touchdown. All right, here we go. 2nd and goal for the Texans. Firing. Incomplete. 3rd and goal. Hopefully that helped you, Lucius. Let me know if or if not. Celebrations for you and your team. Drop a like, guys, if you can. Drop a like. Much appreciated if you can. But we got these early games coming to a close here. Very, very close game here for Houston versus Jacksonville. Let's see what can happen. Let us see what can happen. Drop any questions in chat. Smash that like button if you can. All right. He's running for it. Mills looks like he's got it himself. And he does have it himself. Houston Texans with the touchdown. Houston Texans with the touchdown. Let's go. 30 seconds left. Mills getting the touchdown himself. Wow. Touchdown. 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 That's crazy. That is so crazy. All right. They're going to go for 2 because they're only up by 1, right? Makes sense. So what can they do here? What will they do here? Here we go. Houston, 2-point attempt. They drop the ball, nowhere to go. Not a chance. Not a chance. All right, so Houston is up by 1. Up by 1. All right, here we go. Can Houston hold on? Much love to y'all. Keeping it 100 for dropping all of your comments. Much appreciated. Much appreciated for all the comments and questions. The Texans have a lead here against the Jaguars. So let's see what can happen here. Let us see what they can do here. So the Texans leading here by 1 point against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars only have 2 yards this quarter. Texans have 167. All right, let's see what can happen here. So we got NFL excitement here for the last game in this early quarter. Can Trevor Lawrence get a field goal opportunity with 30 seconds left? All right, Jacksonville has 1 timeout. Jacksonville has 1 timeout. All right, return is up here. Tootin. All right. We shall see. We shall see. All right. All the games are getting started here. All right, everybody. Here it goes, 27 seconds. Oh, man. And then there was, while we missed it, there was a fumble by Jacoby Brissett that ended up leading to a touchdown for the Seahawks defense. So Jacoby Brissett fumble 6 for a defense. All right, so that's what happened there. We got all the games starting right now. But the most exciting thing that's happening, guys, is Jacksonville, with 30 seconds left, just ended up losing the lead, right? Losing the lead. So now Jacksonville has to score here. They're 2nd and 19. No timeouts left on their 25-yard line. 22 seconds left. Lawrence, empty backfield, dropping back, looking, scrambling. He's running for it himself, and he's got the first down. First down. All right. Texans gotta hold them here. Here comes Trevor Lawrence and the Jags to potentially score. Wow. What's going on here, guys? What is going on here? Here we go. 1st and 10. Here comes the Jaguars. It's a long field goal attempt right now. 13 seconds left. So they can't get tackled in bounds. Lawrence looking for it on the move. Flag is thrown. It's completed to Parker Washington, I believe. But it looks like there was a flag thrown, so we got to see what the penalty is. What is this penalty? Everybody waiting. Hands to the face. Offense wipes off that play. Penalty on the Jaguars. Pulls them back. Pulls them back. Oh, man. All right. So that is terrible. Trevor Lawrence and team have 7 seconds left. They were in field goal range with that play, but that foul brings them way back. 1st and 20 now. And they only have 7 seconds left. So this is tough. They basically have to go for it here because they have no timeouts. So all Houston has to do is guard the sidelines, keep the ball in bounds, and Jacksonville will be done. So very slim opportunity here for very, very slim opportunity here. All right, we're watching. Wow, Seattle's defense looking real good. Really good there. All right. They're showing the Arizona game. All right. And so Cam Little trying for a field goal here. 1st and 20. 7 seconds left. It is too far for a field goal right now. It is way too far. 1st and 20. The Jaguars need to bring it somewhat back into range. So here we go. Everybody protecting the edges. Lawrence looking for the whole thing. And he's sacked. And there's a defensive interception. Touchdown. Technically, I don't know if that was a fumble or an interception, but it looked like an interception that led to a touchdown for the Texans defense, and they win it. They defeat the Jaguars. They win it. Much celebrations. Much celebrations here, guys. Much celebrations here. Wow. Oh my goodness. There you go. The Jaguars lose it. Wow, the Jaguars lost it here. Jeez. Wow. Jeez. The early window is now done with that. Guys, we are wrapping this up. Drop any comments or questions here. Let me know what you're looking for, what you need. But 3rd down for the Rams. We're wrapping this up, guys. We are wrapping this up. We are wrapping this stream up here. Drop any last questions or comments in chat. Wrapping things up. All right, so Detroit marching on the Commanders now. 16-yard reception for Amon Ra. All right. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see here. Much love to y'all. Much love. 3rd and 2 for the Rams. 3rd and 2 for the Rams. against the San Francisco 49ers. They are marching on the red zone. 3rd and 2 here. Here we go. Handoff. Kyron Williams getting the first down. There we go. Rendon, how are you? Your team is killing it. I know it's early, but 10-team PPR keeper league. Achane in the 3rd round or Rice in the 11th. Ooh. Yeah, so I guess, let's have this conversation again at the end of the season, right? Or towards the end of the season. But I mean, just based off of draft round value, Rice there for sure as of this minute. And what I mean by that, right, is your 3rd round versus the 11th. Your value of who you can draft in the 3rd round versus the 11th is way, way different, right? So Achane is amazing to keep, right? But if you're getting Rice in the 11th, then you'll have a 3rd round pick and potentially you can get somebody closer, right? You're probably not going to get Rashee Rice value in close 11th round. So I would do Rice, but again, let's talk about it towards the end of the season. But for now, I would say Rice for now based on round value. However, right, things could change, injuries could happen, things could change. So for now, that's what I got. Drop a like if you can, but great job killing it, man. I'm happy for you for doing so well. Much celebrations to you, much celebrations. And we got an easy walk-in touchdown for Kyron Williams while we were commentating on that. So, what's his name? Almost got it. Devontae Adams almost got the touchdown down on the 1. Kyron Williams, touchdown. There you go. All right, so we got Jahmyr Gibbs running it up the middle right now. 1st and 10 in the red zone. Thank you all for participating. Much love to everybody. Drop any last-minute questions. I'm wrapping up the stream. Drop any last-minute thoughts or questions. Congrats to those of you who are doing well this week. Congrats to those of you doing well. There's still a little bit of football, so those of you who are down, hopefully you can make something happen. But we got things going. So 2nd and 3 after a 7-yard gain for Jahmyr Gibbs. Drop any questions. I'm wrapping things up here. 2nd and 3, and a timeout is being taken by the Commanders. So crazy stuff that happened today. Again, drop any last-minute questions. This is I'm wrapping up the stream here with just a few last drives. Crazy things happen. Beautiful game between the Colts and Falcons in Berlin. Colts taking on in overtime the Jets. I don't know if you could call it an upset, but upset the Browns, right? Saints upset the Panthers, right? Patriots beat the Bucks. Ravens win, which was expected. Dolphins upset the Bills, and Bears beat the Giants, but barely. Texans upset the Jaguars. So lots of upsets. Lots of upsets so far today. Lots of upsets so far today. Lots of games, right? Being upsetted. Right now, we got 2nd and 3 for Jared Goff and team. Taking the snap, dropping back, firing, finding Gibbs. Yes! Jahmyr Gibbs with a touchdown. Touchdown. Jared Goff to Jahmyr Gibbs on the touchdown. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. That was nice. Do I have Detroit? I do have Detroit. And we got Jared Goff passing it to Jahmyr Gibbs for a touchdown. That is amazing. That is amazing. And let's get those celebrations going for that. Celebrations for Jahmyr Gibbs getting that touchdown. Boom. Much love for that. Much love for that. That helps my team. I hope that helps your team. Touchdown, Jahmyr Gibbs. Just a slight slant for the running back out the backfield. Nobody can cover him. Easy touchdown. Easy touchdown. There we go. All right. Let's give that love where that love is due. We got Sam Darnold in the red zone up 14-0. And timeout is taken. Timeout is taken. All right. Maybe this might be the last drive I'm watching. But Mac Jones and team down 7-0 against the Rams. You had the touchdown by Kyron Williams. So hopefully we get some action here. But drop any last minute thoughts, questions. Maybe the last drive here. We got San Francisco down 7-0. Mac Jones under center. Probably going to hand off to Christian McCaffrey, right? No, they're throwing it. And they're hitting Jennings for the first play. Gain of about 7. All right, so first and goal for the Seahawks. All right. Here we go. Pitch to McCaffrey. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. All right. So they are pulling Jackson Smith out, maybe a potential concussion protocol or something. First and goal here for the Seahawks. 9-yard line. Snap is off. Fake the handoff. Roll into the right. Darnold. Incomplete. 3rd down and 2. Football is out. Good defense. Good defense by the Rams, forcing a 4th down and a punt. Probably should have caught that, but Jennings did not hold on to it. There is a flag on Seattle's going to back them up. Thanks so much to those who participated today. Hope you all have a great rest of your Sunday with football. Wishing you the best. Hopefully you guys can win. Hopefully you guys can win. Much love to all of your teams, y'all. Much love to all of you and your teams. Thank you all to who dropped a like. Thank you all to who participated in this. Thank you all to who just watched. Much, much appreciated. You guys are all 100 for joining this community. Last series, 2nd and goal for Sam Darnold. Handoff outside, and we got a touchdown. Touchdown. 3rd string running back. That helps nobody for Seattle. So much love to all of you. Thank you to all who watched and participated. Wishing you a best rest of Sunday for you guys to win. I'm signing off now. Thanks so much for watching the stream. We will see y'all. Oh, let me put this guy in a timeout. We shall see y'all tomorrow. Best of luck for the rest of the day, guys. Much, much appreciated. Peace out. Much love to you all. Thank you so much for watching.